was a world at the farthest abyss of space and time. Its caretaker was Lady Sylph, the patron goddess of fae folk, whose empire stretched across galaxies. On that world, she cultivated the strength of her people to draw out the greatest power of magic. From these efforts, a noble hero ascended from the masses, the first human capable of sorcery. And though his tale is long and tragic, this story is not his. For where there is a first, there may be a next. Neither history nor the people who write it are kind to second place. But as the saying goes, through adversity, true brilliance will polish itself. And though they called it heresy, I would find a way to sculpt myself to their liking. The gods are cruel and selfish beings. Even the kindest among them do not like when mortals tread into their domain. My machinations to entwine my lady's creation with my own existence certainly threatened hers. In Sylph's fury, the entirety of that world was shattered, save for one fallen star. Upon her own justice she ordained, let this fool live the remainder of their days in anguish, know that this blood is on their hands, and suffer no divine being further. She stole my link to the anchored laws, so I could never again use magic to defy her will, and abandoned me to my fate. Most gods are so short-sighted that they can only weave the threads right in front of them and fail to look beyond to the full tapestry. But there are a rare few whose great understanding was born in the visions of others, and in Sylph's misuse of laws, opportunity arose for their intervention. The goddess of chaos who wishes for an impossibility, and the god of magic who facilitates potential. They found me in the darkest of nights contemplating fate, and both offered me a kindness that no man would refuse. There is more than one way to bend the laws, and who would know better? So though I might only be a remnant of who I once was, do not delude yourself into thinking I have become lesser. I am no facade of who I once was. I have become something greater in every way. Do not think me weak, for you will find steel where others are mere glass. And if you believe me powerless, if you truly think you have taken my everything, oh dearest self, watch your back. I know gods like you fear, and I swear upon the stars your fate shall be worse. Hello? Hello? Ha ha! I have it working. I've noticed a problem that I've caused for myself, and that is I deleted a button on my stream deck that I should not have. One moment, please, while I fix that. I have several buttons on my stream deck for muting myself, and I deleted the OBS Studio one because I was like, oh, I'm never going to use that, forgetting that by default, well, not by default, but the way I have my scene settings set up for my stream deck commands, I mute my mic in OBS every time. And I totally forgot that I do that. Oh no. Where's the is it audio mixer? Yes. Where's the mic? Mic. Toggle mute. There we go. Excellent. Is it quiet or is it loud, Philip? Because if it's quiet, I can fix that next time. I mean, to be fair, part of that is just because the audio was poorly made for that intro video, and I didn't have enough time to fix it before the stream. Near silent? What? That's crazy! Oh, why am I in the center? What the heck? I should be over here. I gotta fix that. Hi. Hello. I'm so excited to use this model from now on. Why is it being weird? It's being weird and lacking. It's fine. Near silent. I am baffled by this. Let me look at it again. Because it should be loud. Let me go back over here. Because it's not showing me the audio thing. The world, the farthest abyss of space and time. Its caretaker was Lady Sylph, the patron goddess of fae folk, whose empire stretched across galaxies. Hopefully that'll be good next time. I'll fix it. I'll make it loud for you guys. Whenever I listen to it, it is bursting my eardrums, but that's probably just because my setup is weird. But yeah, hello, welcome in. Hello, Philip. Hello, Noodle. I have raffle art to do today, as promised. I'll be working on the blue sky raffle art first, and then Matt Adder, the winner of the stream raffle, needs some time to get refs together, so their art will be done later, which is totally fine. I can wait, because I also have gift art to do for everyone. Yeah, I will also use the hand cam as a cat cam, but I need to figure some stuff out with it first. Also, the charger for it is also the charger for my iPad at the moment. I have some things to work out. I've completely unplugged the previous webcam I was using for the cats because it was a nightmare to work with that thing. I don't know why it was such a nightmare to work with that thing, but it was. But rest assured, the cat cam will return, I promise. This character is like abnormally tall. And they didn't give me any preferences. They gave me some character things, but they didn't... Oh, they did give me an idea. Okay. Let me start sketching. And something will come to mind. I had an idea earlier this week, but I don't know how fitting it is for their character. But maybe, given that they said an actual god reaching for an apple as, like, the pose idea, I have the feeling I could do some, like, almost religious-looking symbolism shit, and that would be great. Girls love a religious reference. I'm girls. Listen, whenever an anime takes Christianity and does like a really poorly done, clear reference to Christianity, I'm just like, holy shit,
Holy shit, they did it! They referenced to the thing. They did it badly, but honestly, that's fair. But how's everyone doing? How's your Friday? I did not realize how exhausted I was, not from the streams last week, but from all of the pre-work for the streams last week. Until I literally just like crashed out for 3 days. And then like Thursday I started feeling alive again. But of course in the middle of this, Infinity Nikki's like executive slash dev team slash social media team is having the worst time of their lives right now. And I'm just like, man, I just wanted to play my silly dress up game after all of this, and then they broke the update. It's been a time. But luckily, things are chill now. Things are great. And I don't have to think as hard anymore. Unless I decide to open up a project again, which I'm in the middle of opening a project again. I have been haunted by visions of future animatics the entirety of working on the one for stream. And now I'm haunted by further ones because now I'm like, oh shit, people actually really enjoyed story time. And I really enjoyed making story time once I got out of the weird art block / depression I was in that first half of making it. Now I want to make more! Oh goodness. But I have other obligations to do first, namely this raffle art, and my gift art for all the people who contributed to that stream, because I care very much. But yeah, I hope things have been going well. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything over on Twitch chat, because I always forget to look at Twitch chat. Yeah, there we go. But yeah, I got more things done to my teeth this week, and hopefully next week is my last appointment for things that have to be done to my teeth for a year, and then I'm Gucci. I'm very excited. I won't lie, like, I felt bad about the way my teeth looked before, and now I don't feel ashamed, and it's great. I feel ashamed of the number of bills I've had to pay for my teeth, but that's a personal problem, and I can work on that. Otherwise, I'm just making poor decisions in regard to project management, but I'm trying to make better decisions in regards to project management. I've had this idea, I think I've mentioned before, the open source dress-up game idea that I have. And I mentioned it on my Nikki Tumblr, and then I had a couple people go, hey, that sounds interesting. I would be interested in contributing to this. I'm like, you know what? Okay, guys. I'm gonna set up a Discord, we're gonna talk about it, but we're not necessarily going to actually get anything out of this at the moment. It's just gonna be like a theoretical thing until I have a game plan. And now I'm kind of getting a game plan together because I have cool people in here, and it's great. Hello, welcome in, thank you for the follow. Daishima, how dare you threaten me with peas? It is very funny because I don't like, as I told you earlier, I don't like peas, but the like pea portion of the soup picture you sent me looked more appetizing than a ham portion, and I actually like ham quite a bit, so that did make me giggle. I also, my brain decided to just start chanting green eggs and ham on repeat as soon as you sent me that image. And I'm just like, can you please give me a spare moment of peace, brain? But yes, this person's reference is very good. I was delighted, because sometimes Sometimes people send me some interesting references. Little brain rot. Kinda, yeah. Like, I do tend to repeat similar phrases repeatedly over and over, and like, I'll tell the same stories over and over. I don't remember what the word for that is called, but typically I don't do it out loud, I do it in my brain. Where like, my brain will get attached to some phrase or word, and then I'll just start repeating it on loop, and I'm just like, I wish this was at least a catchy song. Oh no, I don't wish it was a catchy song, because whenever it's a catchy song, I only remember half the lyrics. But like, at least I could be singing in my brain, instead of just repeating the world word girl caught in my brain the whole time, because apparently the word boycott has been banned on the official Infinity Nikki Reddit. They're using girl caught and stuff, which is so funny to me. Hi Kira, how's it going? Oh my goodness. Infinity Nikki is setting itself on fire with flint and steel right now, Daishima. Hello, welcome in. I know it is a thing that happens with a lot of neurodivergent people, but honestly, in my opinion, it's also a neurotypical thing. Thank you! I recently debuted this model literally last week. This is my first stream since then. I had to like crash out for a week. Oh my god, yes, they did! I'm so mad! I'm so mad! Like, it is a dress-up game. It is a gacha game. So like, the lore is only there to sell you to play the game, to be fair. But, like, the lore was integral to people's enjoyment of the previous two games. Oh my god, yes, it is about the retcon. Oh! I'm so mad because the original start, it was a little buggy, and so I understand why they changed it a couple of times since then to like neaten it up and polish the intro, but they have straight up replaced the intro now with this new terrible intro. It's a good cutscene, but it's not a good intro. And it really irks me because, at least in my opinion, what I think is happening is they saw the people saying that as much of a cozy game as Nikki is, it also has a lot of dark lore, and they're like, oh, we gotta bring back the dark lore of the game. And it's like, no, you don't understand. Nikki is a cozy game. It has always been a cozy game. The war and fire and brimstone comes buried under layers of random people that you talk to in the world. It's fine. It was fine. Oh no! I'm so sorry! Oh no! Oh, I'm so terribly sorry for your user experience. That has got to be the literal worst. What the heck? I'm pissed. I recommend you look up the original intro of the game and watch that, and then just ignore what they're handing out right now until later. Just play the game's like actual story. Seriously, like, what on earth? My goodness. Oh, that's not correct. Whoopsie. That's what I want. It is! Like, genuinely, that was a 10 out of 10 intro. I saw that intro for the first time, and I was immediately hyped for Infinity Nikki. I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna spend thousands of dollars on this game. I know this for a fact. Like, this looks so good. A lot of people are complaining about like the multiplayer and stuff being broken too, and I'm just like, at least in my opinion, I think the crux of what went wrong with this update is simply that they were preparing to do the dying update, and then some executive was just like, oh, we need to do multiplayer right this second, right now, and we need to put that in there. And that is why it's so broken, because like, coming from me, I'm a software developer. Since you're new here, my background, I'm a software developer. I do a lot of back-end developer work, and I'm really familiar with like the QA process and stuff, although I don't do the QA myself. Like, it's really typical for the development cycle to be you develop, you hand it over to QA, QA gives you feedback, you develop again if you need to, and then you toss it back to QA again until it's right. And it's really clear that they did not give them time to actually test everything and give it back to development and then give it back to QA and so on and so forth.
Marjorie, you were not invited up here, ma'am. Ma'am, what is this? Is this your tail? Is this your tail?
Like, because if you, I know you're very new, you probably don't have everything unlocked yet in the game, but since I've been playing since launch, I have everything unlocked, so I was just going through all the new stuff. The dying system is polished and complete. Like, it feels good to use. I know people are complaining about that too, ignore them. And then I went into the multiplayer area, because I was forced into the multiplayer area, and I was like, this feels like this was supposed to be released 2 updates from now. This doesn't feel complete at all. Like, this feels like it was still mid-development, and they just were like, no, you have to put this in this update right now. Which is unfortunately pretty typical, I think, for game development, where they have a lot of like crunch development happening, which really, really sucks. I don't want it to be crunch development. And it's just like, Nikki players are patient. You can wait a few updates before you give us big world-shattering lore. We're okay with that. We waited years for like chapter 10, I think. It's fine. We can wait. We don't need big important lore. If this update was just the bubble season and the dying, I feel like players would have been totally fine with that. They've been like, I'm still excited for multiplayer. Because no one really, like, I remember this phrase from when I was younger. No one really remembers like a delayed release for something. Silk Song aside. But no one really like thinks about a delayed release, because what they remember is when a release for a game is bad, like poorly made. They will remember that forever. This is going to stain the entirety of Infinity Nikki's future, and they're going to have to work twice as hard to never have this happen again, which really sucks. Because you kind of need that leeway to be able to, like, if something bad happens, you know? I don't personally blame the actual coders and programmers and artists and stuff, because I feel like it's showcased very well in the game's development design and such, like the things that those people are specifically going to be doing, that they care a lot about the game. I don't think, like, because personally it's very empty, but the multiplayer world I think is still very beautiful, and it's very clear, like, it looks like they're going to expand upon that. It was designed really well in my opinion. I fully blame the people that are higher up the chain, the executives who make the decisions of what has to go into each update and rushing the developers and stuff like that. It is totally their fault, and unfortunately they are the people who call the shots. I also blame them for the story changes, because it's clear that they don't understand, like, just the development of a Nikki story in general. Like, the game in the Nikki series that really set in stone and cemented the way the Nikki games were received is Love Nikki. And the way they did that was this, like, really wonderful, slow build-up of, I don't want to say impending doom, because that's not what it was, but it was just like, everything is cozy and great, and it's this just cutesy dress-up game, and oh look, there's like things going on in the background, and Nikki got isekai'd into Maryland, but it's all just like cutesy stuff. And then it keeps going, and everything's kind of chill, and then you start hearing about the blood curse. You're like, oh, that that's interesting background lore. I guess that's just like the reasoning why. And then you get into like the war plot line and stuff, and it was really well done. Like, it wasn't perfect, but coming from somebody who played that up to nearly the release of it on global, like, it was intriguing. It was great. That's why the game got so popular. Is people were really excited about the lore. And then Shining Nikki built on that by kind of just being like the darker sequel slash prequel at the same time of Love Nikki. But it was showcased that as the start, like from the beginning they're like, it's still Nikki, it's still like a cozy game to play, but the storyline was specifically promoted as being immediately darker from the original Love Nikki storyline, because it was also a sequel to that game, so it made sense. But they're doing the opposite here with Infinity Nikki, and it just feels bad. Like, I want my cozy open world game. I don't care about dark lore. The draw here is cozy open world game. I just think it's silly. There's a lot of other complaints I think to be made about the update, but the story one is the one that really gets me, because everything else is just like, they can backtrack on that real easily, and like, bugs happen. The clear thing here is that they need to understand that they need to give their developers time to make polished, good updates, even if they're smaller updates each time. People are going to be okay with that. And if they're not okay with that, I'll fight them myself. But oh my goodness, I could rant about that for ages. I have been ranting about that on Tumblr. I have a Nikki side blog on Tumblr, and everyone's just like, what the hell's going on in there, pointing at Infinity Nikki. I hope that they've learned, and that they don't pull this shit again, because it was dumb. It was unnecessary. I am excited about the dying update though, it's very good. I know a lot of people are complaining about the dying update because of how it's limited by how many evolutions you have of items. But I won't lie, I think it's fine. Like, at the end of the day, Nikki is a gacha game at this point. Love Nikki was not a gacha game at first, but the Nikki series are gacha games at this point. They're going to expect you to spend money somehow in this game. And one of the ways that they're doing the encouragement of that is locking some features behind paywalls. And if you came from Shining Nikki, you would know that the dying system in Infinity Nikki is not as bad as Shining Nikki's, in that the color picker for one is a lot better. But also in Shining Nikki, if you want to dye any item, you have to have the entire set and awaken it, which is the equivalent of evolving it in Infinity Nikki. You have to have the entire set to do that, for every single item. So people being like, oh my god, you can't dye every single color palette in Infinity Nikki without evolving this set. I'm just like, you have no idea. Okay, listen. I paid extra for this one Fairy Wings item just so I could dye the Fairy Wings, alright? You have it good. It's still a paywall, it's still a sucky gacha mechanics, but it could be worse. It could be so much worse. Honestly, they pretty much have done that, is the thing. That's the main problem people have with the Infinity Nikki story so far, is that, she's lost a weird amount of agency that she's had in previous stories, where I think the main chapter stories in Infinity Nikki were fine. I personally really enjoyed them, but the intro of the game was very strange in that Nikki was just kind of ambivalent that she was in Mirrorland, but I found, at least personally, I found that plot point to be just kind of funny rather than like a plot hole. I was just like, yeah, that just seems like typical Nikki bullshit. But people didn't like that, and people didn't like other weird things that were happening with the story. I guess they didn't like how all the event quests so far were kind of like bland, I guess is the word. And I'm over here in the corner going, I don't know about all y'all, but like, that's the same for every Nikki game. Like 90% of the events are kind of nothing burger. Maybe you get some character interactions with them, but like, they don't do a ton in those events. I think, you know what? I think I know where Infinity Nikki's events are failing. Because in Shiny Nikki and mainly in Shiny Nikki. In Shiny Nikki, every event usually, they would have to have a secondary character of some sort, be like the main focus of that event. And so you're always, even if the event meant entirely nothing in regards to the main storyline, you are still getting a lot of like good character lore and interactions from the fact that all of the events were centered around a specific character. Like for example, one of the main characters in Shiny Nikki is Mercury, who's also I guess he's the big bad of that game. I think he's technically considered the main antagonist of Shiny Nikki at this point. But the gacha mechanic in Shiny Nikki also had these designer reflections, were just like character cards basically, and you'd have to get that and then a duplicate to evolve the outfit set. And so all of those character cards also had lore written on those cards, and you'd get that lore as well. And then in Love Nikki, most of the events were like just random outfits that you would get, and they wouldn't really have like a ton of story associated with them, but some events would have like story stages you would go through, and so you would talk to new people and do stuff like that. And so I feel like in Infinity Nikki so far, most of the events haven't really focused on characters that are clearly like the quote-unquote main secondary characters, like Nanoi, whoever that guy is with the really over-the-top Chinese outfit. I don't remember his name. I just remember what his outfit because it's a meme on Tumblr now. But other, like, the characters that we interacted with during the story, like, they need to be making events surrounding those characters and talking about those characters and giving us little pieces of backstory and lore about them, rather than all of these random NPCs that we keep meeting in events, because people aren't going to get attached to those random NPCs. I mean, I will get attached to those random NPCs on occasion. Like the lady that was like a musician during the Long event. I'm very attached to her. She needs to come back immediately. I want to sing with her again. But otherwise, I don't think I remember a single event character. For NPCs, like, the only character I remember is the quiz guy and the guy that keeps telling me he smells new fragrance. Mainly because the fragrance guy creeps me out, and I like the quiz guy because I love answering questions correctly. I'm getting a good grade in Infinity Nikki. Also, it's okay if your cat picture isn't coming out correctly. As long as it has cat ears, you're doing good. Close enough, in my opinion. Also, you're so right, Dai. There's so much, like, homoerotic tension in the Nikki games. I'm so glad they've continued that, at least, with the bird and mermaid cinematics. At least we got that going for us. Because in all of the Nikki games, the mermaid bird event is always super gay. And you know what? I know people are complaining about the socks for the mermaid bird outfit, but at least the rest of the outfit is just very good. It's a good outfit. 10 out of 10. They could have done without the socks, though. This is raffle art. I will link the person who won real quick, their comment. If I could find it again. But I'm working on raffle art from last week. I had the raffle on Blue Sky, which this is the person who won that one, and then I had the one that I ran during Saturday's stream last week. And then I'm gonna, after I finish these and the gift art for everyone who contributed to the stream, I'm going to be doing another raffle because I forgot to run one on Sunday. I'm very confused about this comment, but I think thank you. I mean, you're already getting something, Kira, is the thing. You're already getting a present. A 1 gay mermaid and 1 gay bird per Nikki game. Although I don't remember, I think the bird in Shiny Nikki was also a girl. I don't remember. Oh no, you're fine. No, for real though, like, oh my god. The original Mermaid and Bird event from Love Nikki was so incredibly gay. It was incredible. It was the first Hell event, I'm pretty sure, for Love Nikki. And people go absolutely nuts for the lore from that event, me included. It's one of my favorite events ever, even if I don't really use the items from it anymore. But it was like this pseudo Little Mermaid story where it's like, oh, there's this little mermaid who's made friends with this seagull, and the seagull comes and visits her every year. The seagull is, of course, also a girl. And then one day the seagull stops coming, and then the mermaid gets really sad and I think she turns into sea foam. And then the bird comes back, and they're like, oh my god, where's my girl? She's gone. And it's beautifully tragic. I don't remember the lore. It's been a while. It's been literal years. I think somebody did like a lore thing on Tumblr for it. I'll go find that when I catch a break, and I'll just start reading it for you guys. But it was so good. I cannot see this character's jawline, and I just realized that they're wearing a plague mask. And I don't know if I should put the plague mask on because they wanted the character eating an apple. But I don't... Oh no. I know. I know. I'm gonna complete all the requests so I can see when people send me my hat back. They told me they want their character eating an apple, so I'm going to assume that having the plague mask off is fine. But they did not specify. I have no idea what that is, Daishima, but I would appreciate a reference. Well, I was gonna have it like hanging around their neck as if they like slipped it down to take a chomp, and then they're gonna like just pull it back up. That's what I do when I have to wear a gas mask filter thingy, and I need to take a breath because it like pinches my nose weirdly. I wear it when I'm working on my ball jointed doll stuff. Actually, have I shown that on stream? I have a hand cam now. I can show my ball jointed dolls on stream. I need to. One of them doesn't have clothes yet. That's how I'll put it. I need to get something to put on her. One moment. They're dolls. They're dolls, that's why. They're very fancy, very beautiful dolls, but one of them is not complete yet. She's just kind of, she's unpainted and such, so I don't have her outfit put together yet. I'm still deciding on what I want it to be. But my other ones have outfits. I have one that I painted to be blue. They don't have wings yet. Yeah. Come my pretties. Hello. Oh, don't knock everything that would be disastrous. Hopefully I will not crash my stream like my Logitech camera likes to do. Whenever I turn that on midstream. that was the intended joke, yes, Beans. That was my intended joke there. Oh, I can't show that on stream. Most unfortunately for me as a creator, ball jointed doll modelers like to make them anatomically correct. And I'll leave it at that. These are not Barbie dolls. Why is this? Oh, I see why this is short. Sorry, I keep bumping into my mic. This is a safer extreme chat, folks. That is all I will say on the matter. Alright. This should just be under the cat cam. So if I turn this on and I hit activate, is it gonna yell at me? Why else should turn this camera on? Unlock that and grab it. Where is it? Oh, it's lying to me. Hello, where are you? Where are you? Oh, you're going first. Okay. Hi, Virgin. Oh, you're so cute. Tasty. It is not wanting to work. I'm gonna move this up one so I can see it. Properties. Yeah, cam link. Oh wait, no. Elgato? Maybe? Game capture? What thing is it under? Let me unplug this real quick. Hey, there you are. Okay, now you're on. Oh, that would do it. Apparently, this is on 0% battery. I forgot to plug it back in. Will you let me do this now? Now that you're being charged? GoPro? No? You're going to be unkind? That's sad. Well, I need to find another charging cable. Save. Okay, deactivate you, turn you off. I'm gonna let that charge for a little bit. And if it charges enough by the end of stream, I will show you my dolls, because I do love them. I do have another charging cable, because I found like a bunch in boxes here. I have an assortment of cables after trying to find all of the correct ones to get this damn camera set up. It's just they're all buried in boxes and I don't know which box they're in. This is the wrong box, I'm pretty sure. Unless it's this cable. Ooh, promising. Nope, not this one. Where did I put that cable? I have like 5 different boxes for cables, and it was supposed to be so I could have like cables I don't use very often, and then cables I use all of the time but don't always need out, and then shit I don't even know what it's used for anymore. But then some of those boxes got mixed up with each other, and now I don't know which box is which. Is this what I need? No, it's not what I need. Where's the correct one? I just had this. Marjorie, did you eat my cables? Did you do it? Did it? Oh, is this it? No. What? I don't know where it is. That's fine. This iPad is always charging. I heard an alert. Somebody do something? If I had a thing to plug this in, it would work, but I don't, which is unfortunate. Whatever. It's fine. I'm getting distracted. I'm here to do art, not cable management. As I said, I have a lot of cables for no reason. One day I'll have them organized. I'll have them sorted and labeled, and it'll be great. And all I have to do is open up a box and be like, yes, this is the cable I need. But that day is not today. What do you think about that, Marjorie? Marjorie? Marjorie, look at me. Look at me. Hi. Hi, boo boo. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Are you a good girl? You're not a good girl. She admits it. Are you a bad girl then? Good girl. Good job. Yes, you are a bad girl. Oh my gosh. That couldn't have been more perfectly timed, baby girl. Oh my goodness. I will give her credit. She hasn't tried to steal my food recently. But I am pretty sure she's been digging in the trash. I think margarine is the funniest way you could mishear me saying Marjorie. Let me pull up this reference again. There we go. If this person comes into chat, I need everyone to start screaming at me to ask them questions, because I have so many questions. This is why I don't do skep-like commissions, by the way, because I'm too autistic for them. I need an exact game plan of what you're expecting from me when you commission me. And if that game plan is do whatever you want, I'm going to slap you. Yes, this includes you, Daishiba. You're fine though. Well, their blue sky name is the one and only Lucy. And that's all I have to give you. I don't like ambiguity. Ambiguity is scary. What if you had an expectation, a singular expectation? I'm gonna get a bad grade in being an artist. blame my AP classes for turning me into what I am today. There is good news about this character, and that is they have like typical show and anime protagonist hair, which is one of my favorite hairstyles to draw. Ooh. I have to remember this is supposed to be in Kiki style. So I'm sketching in Boba style because that's like my normal way to sketch when I don't know how the fuck to draw a character yet. But don't worry, it will be in Kiki style by the end of this. Sora, but Kingdom Hearts 3 Sora. / the like preview of Kingdom Hearts 4 Sora. Which I am excited about. But it is very disorienting to see that his hair is not twice the size of his head. Like, what have you done to my boy? You're destroying his power levels. That's where his hair is where the Keyblade power is stored. His hair and his shoes. Honestly, understandable. I'm mad I still haven't heard the new news about Missing Link. I was so excited for Missing Link. I'm no longer excited for Missing Link, and I'm sad about that. I want to be excited for Missing Link again. At least I have Silk Song to finally look forward to. But Roxas came back already before they ate the rest of his hair. Like, yes, Roxas did steal half his wig, but that's fine. That's fine because Roxas also has a big poofy wig. But then you look at Kingdom Hearts 4 and it's just like, you stole another third of his power. What have you done? That's a normal anime boy now. That's not my boy Sora. I saw the fucking cinematic for the preview thing for Kingdom Hearts 4, and I was just like, who the fuck is this guy? I literally don't recognize this character. And then Lavenza, or whatever the hell her name is, walked in and I was like, oh my god, that's Sora! I had no idea. I was like, who the hell is this? I was like, is this a new Final Fantasy game? What is this? And the fucking Kingdom Hearts logo shows up and I'm like, oh! I swear to God, when Kingdom Hearts 4 comes out, if they do not put The World Ends With You in Kingdom Hearts 4, I am going to be upset. Because they totally need to put they need to put it back in. It would be perfect. It would be perfect if they put The World Ends With You back in. I don't care if they put Frozen in there. I do not care if they put Star Wars in there. But what I want is my boys from The World Ends With You. It's thematic, okay? It's super thematic. And they don't have an excuse that it's too much of a cult classic game anymore because they came out with Neo, and Neo was so good. I need to finish playing Neo. I stopped playing Neo and I watched somebody else play Neo because I was too excited about art projects to do both at the same time. And now I have just an incomplete Neo save file on my Switch. No, bring them back! I want to see them try to fit Noctis in that shit. That would be so fucking funny. Especially after the weirdest fuck thing they did in Toy Story. Now there's 3 of them. Are you kidding me? It would be so good. It's so fucking thematic. The themes of sacrificing yourself for your loved ones to survive, that is on point for Kingdom Hearts 4's upcoming themes, especially given the ending of Kingdom Hearts 3. I'm sorry, this has turned into a Kingdom Hearts rant. I just really like Kingdom Hearts. Okay, that's fair. They can get rid of the boy band. But I do want I don't remember his I don't remember his name. The guy with the glasses. I want him to stay. Bring me Noctis, Lunafreya, and the guy with glasses. Maybe the guy that I think turned out to be a robot or something. I don't remember. Fuck yeah, put Persona in there. Ignis, that's the bitch. Oh, he was the cooking guy, wasn't he? That's fine. I can appreciate a funny reference instead. I see. I understand now. Oh my goodness. Wait, Beans and Noodle are live? Together? At the same time? Can I do that Twitch knocking thing where I interrupt everyone's entire stream process and work on art with them? Prompto! That's the guy! I don't remember what the big, like, buff guy's whole thing was. I just remember he had, like, a little sister, and then she was in danger once, and then he saved her, and then they never mentioned him again. But, like, Prompto actually had, like, a thing happen. I was like, oh, this is thematic and, like, relevant to the story. And then Ignis didn't really have a thing happening, but I think he did go blind at some point. I didn't remember that. But I do also remember just, like, him being the most relevant in my mind whenever they were, like, talking about, like, sacrificing themselves to make sure Noctis survived. It did come out of nowhere, yes. It was absolutely out of nowhere, like, what? Prompto's what? What the fuck are you talking about, Square Enix? No, you're fine. I am also a hater. I like Noctis as a character, and I like Lunafreya as a character, but I will be honest, I do not understand the point of the rest of Final Fantasy 15. Like, I get what they were going for, but I feel like it didn't pan out. The boy band was very funny, though, to me. Lunafreya's death cutscene, though, like, that peak animation right there, that was gorgeous. Everything else about the game, they can throw that out, but please make sure that her cutscene stays. Well, it's Final Fantasy 15 out. They should put Final Fantasy 16 in Kingdom Hearts 4. Come Wait, wasn't Sid in 15 too? I just remember that one girl that was like clearly supposed to be some sort of like NASCAR mascot lady on the car tire replacing team that looked like she just walked out of a Hooters job. Which sounds horrible out of context, I'm sure, but if you saw her, you'd be like, oh my god, you're right. Cindy! I think that's who I'm thinking of. I was so bewildered when she showed up on screen. I was just like, is this supposed to be Sid? If it is, that's hilarious. I'm here for it. But I am confused about a number of the thought processes that happened here. No, you're right. She's fine. She can stay. But also, huh? I've gotten to the point in my life and the point in my feminism where it's just like, I feel like characters being designed to be hot is not against the ideals of feminism. like, there are certain thought process going behind the idea of designing just a very sexualized character, where it's just like, okay, that's a little, I don't know about that one, Chief. But also, there's also just times where it's just like, you know what? Games are meant to appeal to people. We can't have every game be Disco Elysium. We also can't have every game not be Disco Elysium. There's a fine balance to be found there. But also, you can design a hot lady and it's fine. And yeah, Bayonetta's fantastic. I think a lot about the comments made about design in Nier Automata, because like, and I think there's a point to be made where it's just like, okay, it's a little bit weird that he described it that way, but he was just like, I think women fighting in heels is hot, and that's why 2B is designed the way she is. And it's like, you know what? That's fine to me. I feel like that's fine. It wasn't like, what's the word? It wasn't done in a derogatory way. It's just like, he thought that was hot, and so that was the design process there. It wasn't that deep, and it doesn't have to be. But then there's other times where I see a lady character and I go, oh, I don't want to be within 15 feet of you. I don't want to be within 30 feet of you. Please stay away from me. But that doesn't happen that often, thankfully. Thankfully, there are typically more than one person designing a character, and so we are not that cursed. She breathes through her skin. Oh my god, so I didn't have any context for that quote. The first time I heard that quote, I shit you not, was in an Ace Attorney fanfic. And I was just like, this can't be real. This has to be something made up for this fanfic, right? And then I found that quote again, also out of context, but connected to the original game that it was coming from, and I was like, oh no, that's real. That's a thing somebody said. That wasn't a shitpost. Oh no. Terrified to see what you have sent me. That is horrifying. Thank you. But yeah, that was my intro to that beautiful quote by Kojima. I think Pearl from Ace Attorney was a streamer in this fanfic, and Maya was somebody was talking about her in a Discord server, and they're like, yeah, so my favorite streamer said this thing, and Maya is just like side-eyeing them, not wanting to say, oh hey, that's my cousin. That's all I remember. It wasn't the main focus of the fic, it was just like a side thing that happened. Fantastic fic though, one of my favorites. Listen, if anyone needs an Ace Attorney fanfiction recommendation and they like chatfics, I have the one for you. I could go find it right this second. Pearl as a video game streamer is just a wonderful idea in my mind, though. Are people okay with that? I know some people are okay with, like, recording for an audio thingamajig. What's it called? Not an audiobook. Podfic. That's what it's called. But I know some people read fanfic on stream. I just don't know if that's, like, an accepted thing by fic authors. I would want to ask permission first, if I'm being real. Also, it can't be naughty. This is a safe for work stream. It is fun. Oh my gosh. I can't wait to play a horror game with this model, because you guys will finally be able to see the horrified faces I make all of the time. Oh my gosh. That was like the number one thing for this model where I was just like really excited about. It's just I can finally make faces again. I can puff out my cheeks. It's great. It's very important that you can puff out your cheeks. It's very important. Understandable. I am also a big baby. I tried to play, what was it, Amnesia Dark Descent on stream, and I was near tears like halfway through it. I was so upset. It's not even as scary. I know it's like the cornerstone of like horror games and all that jazz. I talked about it a bunch on stream before I streamed it, but then like I was playing it, I was terrified the whole time. I was just like, my anxiety should not be spiking this much for what is happening in this fucking game right now. No, you don't understand, Beans. It is a good game. It is fantastic. If you can stand watching horror games, I highly recommend watching Amnesia The Dark Descent, because no joke, it is like one of the, I'm not sure the word, but it's huge for a horror game. Like, amazing horror game. Five Nights at Freddy's wishes it could be as impactful as Amnesia The Dark Descent. In my opinion. In my correct opinion. Because it's like a really old game is the thing. And like, so many people were inspired by it and such. Yeah. I'm allowed to have opinions on my own stream. Fuck off.
Is Marjorie still here? She is.
Oh, no you haven't! I wanna see. It would help if I had the right selection tool selected. There we go. I saw your shorts video talking about the body tracking thing. I think on Blue Sky earlier. I don't remember if I liked it or not. I try to like things, but I always forget. This guy's got a cool coat. I'm drawing the bird mask last. Let me scoot over and look. That is really funny looking, but also looks like it's perfect for the job. That looks really funny. It's like a selfie stick as a necklace. But also, like, that's brilliant. That's a brilliant way to do it. No, I'm here for it. Yeah, I wouldn't want to wear a helmet. I could wear that, though. I think it would also annoy the hell out of me because I don't like wearing things around my neck that often. But it looks like there is some, like, neck support in it, in that, like, there's like, cushioning. I mean, not, like, actual neck support, you know? It looks like it wouldn't be that bad. Yeah, exactly. Where, like, it would balance a little bit better against your body. Does it jostle around a lot? I think that's would be my main concern. Yeah, that's perfect. Oh, that's nice. Because I'd imagine it would wiggle no matter what. Unless you, like, duct taped the thing, but even then, like, the neck of it would also wiggle. But if it's for face tracking, that's probably not, like, a big deal. I wouldn't think. It's better to have a stable camera, but if it wiggles a little bit, the face tracking isn't gonna pick that up that much. Especially if you're, like, walking around and stuff. The tracking for, like, the body trackers is gonna be wiggling your entire body anyways. I do think, by the way, you should add human pretzel to your VTuber tagline. That was really funny when you just folded yourself in half. Also, you need to tell me when your collab with Kamui is, by the way, because I think I'm using this term correctly. He is my Oshi. I don't know. Kira, please define Oshi for me. I'm pretty sure that's correct. There's a reason I have like a 50-month streak for subbing in his chat now. I'm always really confused when people take terms from the like Japanese VTuber community and stuff, and like the idol community, and they start applying it to VTubers, and I'm just like, that sounds great, I don't know what that means. No one's actually defined this term for me, so I don't know what's happening here. Excellent, yes, I can be there. I have to clear my schedule. I need to message my dad, because last week he was like, hey, do you want to go out to eat? And I'm like, I don't have time right now. I have to make an animatic for a stream. He's like, okay, that's fine. And now I have to be like, okay, I'm available any day except for this one day. No, I'm not streaming, don't worry about it. It is just simply integrally important to my mental health that I have nothing scheduled for this day. I think I went the Tumblr route of like Tumblr sexy man for the way I am drawing this character, and I hope that this person is okay with that. That's the best way I could describe the instant that's unfolding beneath my pen. God, I wish I had a beanbag chair. Honestly, actually, no. They're like, beanbags aren't particularly comfortable, at least not for me. What is comfortable is like those human-sized dog beds that are like a foot tall and just plush. That's all that's there. Those are good. Those are wonderful. I need a human-sized dog bed. I think that would fix me. I do have this lovely highlighter yellow colored ottoman that I got from an antique store. That is like very plush on the top of it, and that's great to just lay down on sometimes. Well, I say dog bed because that's what most people think of when they see those things. In my brain, I do think cat bed, because if I'm any sort of animal that's like a pet, I would be a cat of all creatures. But most people tend to think dog bed, or like they're like marketed as like human-sized dog bed. They're never marketed as a human-sized cat bed, and I think that's a shame. Oh my god, a heat lamp lizard, yes! I've started using, the, like, heated blanket thingamajig. Like, or not a heated blanket, a heating pad at night when I'm falling asleep. And I have been falling asleep in minutes. It's been great. And it's really cute, because, like, I'll put the heating pad on my stomach, and then I'll put my blanket on top of that, and then Marjorie will come over, and then she'll sit on my stomach for a little while and start purring, and it's heaven. I knew what you meant. I knew what you meant. Fear not. Fear not. I assumed you either meant sleeping fast or having a heating pad at night. Do not fret. I'm too ace to see the innuendo in things first. It's usually my second thought. And then I'm like, I'm thinking too hard about that one. I should think about that one again.
Oh, hi, Marjorie. Did you want to say something? I saw you wiggle. Hi. No, that's not? Okay.
Don't worry, I got you, bro. God, man. when you asked me in the Discord, wait, do you write stories at night? I'm like, most of my stories get written at night as I battle insomnia. That's what I had before melatonin. It was all I had. I am actually kind of shocked because, like, when I was younger, it took me ages to fall asleep, and it still does pretty often. I usually still need at least 30 minutes to fall asleep, but it used to take hours. But when I fall asleep, I would be dead to the world until my alarm went off in the morning, which is great, because it meant I didn't consistently wake up throughout the night or anything. But my parents would have to wake me up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, so I wouldn't wet the bed. But they never, like, fully woke me up, and I don't think they realized this for the longest time. Because, like, I would walk straight to the bathroom, I'd do my business, and I'd walk back to bed, and everything would be great. And then they finally figured it out one day that I was not actually awake, and I was in fact sleepwalking to do all of this. Because the pull down for the attic happened to be right in front of my bedroom, and as they went to wake me up, one of them pulled— oh, my cat's tail is in front of the camera. Hi, Marjorie. Hi, baby. Hi. As they pulled down the attic thing, they were also waking me up to go to the bathroom, and they were like, oh no, they're about to run into the ladder, and they tried to stop me, and I apparently slammed face first into the ladder, did not even stumble, just turned to the right and started going to the bathroom as per normal, and they're like, oh my god, what just happened? Real story I was told happened, and I was like, yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds like me. Not even to the attic, the side of the ladder. Just slammed into it. Did not even stir. I have no memory of this event. I don't think I even woke up like in pain from it. I had no idea this happened until they told me afterward. I was like, there's no fucking way. That couldn't have happened. I would have woken up and they're like, no, it happened. We're still weirded out by it. I don't have like a whole lot of instances of sleepwalking other than that specifically, at least not that I've been told about. But I apparently also did talk in my sleep, because when I was in high school and we were living in Wisconsin and I was sharing a room with my sister, Marjorie, move. When I was sharing a room with my sister, she used to keep me up at night. Stop! Marjorie!
Get down.
My goodness, she was about to knock stuff over. My sister and I shared a room at night, and apparently my sister was trying to hold a conversation with me. Sorry, I had to throw my cat. Not literally throw my cat, just pull her off the desk. Where's the spray bottle?
Young lady.
But I apparently used to talk in my sleep because my sister used to keep me up talking to me about random things. And I guess one time, I fell asleep before she started trying to have a conversation with me at night because she started asking me questions about just random things. But at one point, she realized that I was asleep. And she was like, oh my god, this is the funniest thing ever, because I was answering them, not necessarily correctly, but like I was comprehending her question and answering her question, like in that way correctly. So she started recording me on her phone. And the last one she asked was, can I ask you another question? And I just went, no. And then she was just giggling as she ended the recording. So, apparently I can both sleepwalk and sleep talk, but I won't remember. I've never woken up in a completely different place while sleepwalking. I've just like slept walk and then returned to my bed. Usually like a guided sleepwalk type of thing, like before, when I was younger. If I have sleepwalked other than those times, I would not know. Oh, thank you. I appreciate being given my hat back. Thank you. The hat is like the most important piece of this model. It's so wiggly. It's very important. No! Stop yoinking it. My hair is real, it's not a wig, you can't steal it, I'm sorry. I've thought about getting a short hair model though, for Ambrosia. But I'd have to think about what kind of hairstyle that would be, because it wouldn't be like one-to-one with the bangs and stuff. Get the clippers out. I feel like I would have to do like some silly Mulan cutscene for a short hair model. When will my reflection show? I don't remember the lyrics, I just remember that part. I did So in real life, I have a buzz cut for my hair. The first time I did a buzz cut for myself, I did blast that song from Mulan alongside. And I wasn't dating anyone at the time or anything, but I blasted that and like a bunch of like breakup songs. I was just like, I need this like full life experience of going through a hard time and deciding to cut off all my hair. I think this is really funny. It was great. 10 out of 10. I do recommend trying out a buzz cut at some point. It is nice. I think I'm due for another cut soon. I'm not a girl though. I would be like the non-gendered magical girl's companion, whose voice actor you cannot tell what gender they are. And whatever the creature is, no one is telling you. Shout out to Opera from Welcome to Demon School, Aruma-kun, for being a canonically non-binary character. I was like really confused at first because they weren't saying what Opera's gender was. I was like, they're probably gonna reveal this at some point. It's gonna be dumb. And then it was confirmed that they're non-binary, and it made me so happy because I love Opera. They're so funny. They're so gender. They really are. I saw Opera and I was like, oh, you're gonna be my favorite from this series. And even if you aren't canonically non-binary, I'm going to make you non-binary. and then I got the best of both worlds. I need to catch up on the manga. I'm behind. It does! Oh my gosh! I'm so glad some of my mutuals on Tumblr enjoy it because it's so good. I got really excited. One of my Nikki game mutuals really likes the show too, and I was so happy to find that out. I was like, oh my god, yes, we can pass back revlogs! It's more of a nya binary. Sorry, it's my favorite pun to make. Let's see. Oh, you've got like a zipper situation happening. Wait, that's part of this coat? Why do you have two collars for the same coat? No, but puns are great. I love puns. They're so funny. He's got the fur collar and then the like tall collar that I'm working on right now, and that's both part of the coat, which is confusing, but I'm not gonna question it. And then he's got his actual shirt. And that shirt has a zipper going down the middle, which is an interesting thing to have for a shirt, but I feel like that's reasonable. That's a reasonable thing to put on a shirt. Excuse you. If this was a Kingdom Hearts character, they would have at least 7 more zippers. This guy only has the one. This guy can't be a Kingdom Hearts character. He doesn't have enough zippers. He could maybe be a villain, but even the villains, like, the organization codes, they have 1, 2, 3. They've got at least 3, I think actually 5 though. Hang on, how many pockets do they have? Because the one zipper they have that goes up to the hood is one like really big long zipper for the entire thing, but they have pockets. This is gonna bother me if I don't look it up right now, I'm sorry. Oh, this doesn't show the pockets. I swear they have pockets though. Because I remember it was like in some sort of cutscene or something. I was like, wow, those pockets are really awkwardly placed. They look funny. She's not a real member of Organization 13, though. She was a hostage. That's an entirely different situation. Also, I think, didn't her redesign get zippers after Kingdom Hearts 3? She definitely got zippers afterwards. Hold on, one moment. I'll show you. Gallery. What? Where is her Kingdom Hearts 3 design? She was like with everyone and she had like a cool outfit, didn't she? Or did she still have the dress? She even got a cool outfit. Where's Namine's cool outfit? Wait. Have you read the Dreaming World theory for Kingdom Hearts 3? Important question. I support that theory. I hope it's real. I think it's funny as hell. No, but it's so funny. Okay, I'm not finding her in the ending. Maybe this is it. She's just wearing her dress again. I swear, I thought she had a new outfit, but maybe I was just so enthralled by Shion's new fit that I didn't notice that they didn't nominate anything, because they made nominate for one game and then collectively forgot about her until everyone was just like, where's nominate? And then they threw her in the ending of Kingdom Hearts 3 as like yep, there's your girl. Only Shion gets a redesign. And Axel got a redesign. Cause he got his cool new fit too at the end. And it looks great. I'm so glad because I love Axel. Where's his other fit? Show me the gallery! Kingdom Hearts 3. Where is it? That's 2. That's 2. This is also 2. Melody of Memory? Oh no, that's not what one. Where's his 3 outfit though? Cause he got the cool outfit at the end. He got to wear plaid with everyone else. It was like a big deal cause they never want to give new outfits to anyone that's not Sora. Same. That's why I was so excited about Missing Link, because it was gonna talk about the nobodies. Or at least the Organization 13 ones that didn't get like backstory. So I'd assume that we'd get to see more nobodies. They're so funny looking. They just wiggle. They're like worms on a string, except they have limbs. There's Kingdom Hearts 3. This thing is poorly organized. Also, this only has opening cutscene things, which, like, I appreciate, because I love the opening cutscene of Kingdom Hearts 3. It's so fucking good. But where's the ending cutscene? Where's my boy? There we go. There's my boy. Hold on, I'm trying to... There we go. Right? Device not connected. There we go. Cause, like, yeah, Xion got this fit and Axel got this fit, and it's great. They look fantastic. They look like a trio again, with Roxas's silly little outfit too. I'm very happy. It's okay if Roxas didn't get a redesign. His original outfit is 10 out of 10 already. Yeah, oh my god. I wish they made that a little more clear for people who are like newcomers to the Final Fantasy series and stuff. Cause I was reading about them, excuse me, on the wiki, because I was trying to figure out how the hell to get past something in 358/2 days. And I was like, oh my god, they're based off of something? They have classes? There's lore behind who controls which nobodies? I didn't even know this. Roxas has his own nobody cohort that he can throw around? He's got samurais? What? But I like lore. I want to hear about lore. I want my lore in the game. Actually, you know what? Speaking of lore, I am kind of sad that, like, a shit ton of backstory for multiple characters in Organization 13 is locked behind a mobile game that is no longer available. And now you can only find the cutscenes of on YouTube. But I am happy that the prevailing theories that either Brain or Malusha's somebody were gonna be a traitor, and they were gonna be the reason that everything went to shit in those games was not true. And you know what? It wasn't a twist that I predicted because I wasn't playing the games, so I didn't get to see the full storyline of them. But I appreciated the twist in those. This is why games should always have a PC port, in my opinion, so that everyone can play them, and everyone can enjoy all of the delightful things that go into your games. And then somebody can save it in some format so that it's always playable. Yeah, I agree. I'm gonna turn this, because I want more verticality in this, I think. I haven't decided where I want to crop this just yet, which is why I'm trying to keep the whole sketch at the moment. But I will probably crop some of the edges of this out. Great question. Not at the top of my priority list right now. Thank you for reminding me that it does in fact exist, and I do need to think about that. Because I might have forgotten. I got excited about Kingdom Hearts again, right, man? I was probably just gonna go, like, right here, honestly, and then have, like, the little straps coming out. Yeah, sure, sorry. Oh, no, you're fine. I don't consider that backseating. And I don't mind when people make suggestions and stuff. Honestly, I think like most typical quote-unquote backseating isn't something that really bothers me. I only really get annoyed if somebody's just like, you need to do this thing, and you need to do this thing, you need to do it right now. And it's just like, whoa, man. No thank you. let me figure out the controls of the game, and figure out what questions I want to ask, and then you can make suggestions. That's what was happening during the Binding of Isaac streams. Which is fine, it happens. People get excited about their favorite games. I need to transfer this to Kiki style.
Welcome back, Brat. Are you gonna try to knock over all my stuff again?
Nope. Thank you, baby. I do too. Which is why I try to be lenient about it, because I get it. You get excited, you're like, oh, I know exactly what you're looking for, and I don't want you to feel like you're like wasting time as a streamer running around in circles. I just want to help you. I only get really annoyed at it when like if I tell somebody to stop doing something and then they don't stop, and it's like, okay, you get one more chance. What are you doing? You have mischief in your eyes. I just gave you food, and I just refilled your water thing, and you are the one that knocked all the water out of it. So I don't want to have that face from you. How dare you? Banned for life. No, seriously, like, I know Maine Coons are a breed of cat that particularly likes water, but I think Annabelle had this thing where she would play with the water in the water bowl. Marjorie is a menace. I got home today, or not today, but I got home yesterday, and I like took my shoes off and I went to walk in my bedroom, and then I stepped in a puddle of water in the doorway of my bedroom, and I turned around and Marjorie just went like she was proud of herself, and I was like, are you kidding me, ma'am? Mademoiselle, your water ball is 2 feet away from this door. How did you get this much water all the way over here? I thought I stepped in pee, and then I looked down and was like, no, this is just normal water. I thought one of them had an accident, or I stepped in like a hairball, because that happens. That's just a thing that happens if you have cats, and it's understandable, and they're doing their best. If they're not going in their litter box, or if they have a hairball, if the first one means there's probably something wrong, or you need to clean the litter box, and that's fine and normal. You just need to clean the litter box, set everything back to their expectations, and it'll be fine. And hairballs just happen because that's just a cat thing. So it's like, I'm not gonna get upset about those, but I will get upset if you keep putting water all over my floor. I doubt it. Cause the reason litter boxes work is cats prefer to go to the bathroom in the same place, cause like their scent will be there, and I think when they're having a hairball, the thing is like they don't enjoy having a hairball. It looks like almost painful sometimes when I hear it, honestly. And they don't want to go to something that's like dirty and unclean when they're uncomfortable and they feel ill. They're usually actually probably going to come up to you or go to one of their comfort spots to hack out the hairball, and then they'll feel really bad about it, in my experience. But the other thing is, hairballs are actually relatively easy to clean up. It's usually just like a clump of fur that's like kind of gross and wet, with a little bit of like puke mixed in with it, but it's not a lot of puke, it's mostly just watery. So it's really, really easy to clean up a hairball. It's not something that it's just like, if it's not going in the litter box, there's a problem type of thing. Yeah, exactly. Puke is a little harder to clean up. Just because it's a lot worse. but hairballs are very easy to clean up. It also helped that my cats, or at least Mia, when she has a hairball, she'll either come up to me while she's hacking out the hairball, or she'll come up to me afterwards and just go meow, and then she'll lead me over to it and be like really embarrassed that she had a hairball, but like upset because she feels like she's done something wrong. And I'm like, oh no, baby, it's okay. That's normal. It's normal. It's all good. Good job, girl. You got the hairball out. I have to reassure her that she didn't do anything wrong. The poor thing. Honestly, same thing when they're puking. I always like start petting them. Be like, it's okay, just get it out. It's understandable. See, one of my previous cats that I had, Annabelle, though, she was a diva. We called her Queen Annabelle for good reason. If she got mad at like my dad or something, she would specifically leave hairballs, or if she had to puke, she would specifically puke on his bed if she was upset about something. If she wasn't upset about something, she'd just leave it on the floor, no problem. But if she was pissed, she would make it known. And she had no problem doing that. And I think the funnier thing is, because like that's like behavior you would expect from a cat, I think, is being a general menace like that. But she was such a precious girl. And my dad was her favorite person. She was very protective over him. When he tried to get back into dating, and he was like on the phone with a couple of the women he was like going on dates with, he'd be like in bed talking to whichever lady it was at the time, and she would like crawl up onto his neck and then start growling at the phone because she was upset that he was talking to someone she didn't know. I shit you not, this would happen. And he at one point, like, one of the ladies was just like, is everything okay? I'm hearing a weird noise from your end. And he's just like, yeah, I'm so sorry, that's just my cat. It was really a really you talk to other women kind of moment from her. I was just like, oh my god, I can believe it. She is absolutely the kind of cat that would do that. She's the kind of cat that would have the same behavior as a dog, that would like squeeze itself between its mom and dad to separate them at night. Exact same kind of behavior. Oh, she was a wonderful, wonderful kitty. I'm going to miss her forever. But it's especially funny to me now because Mia, my cat, I think my dad is still her favorite person, but I'm definitely at least her second favorite person. Sometimes when I'm trying to do things on my computer, she'll get, I don't know if it's jealous or if it's just lonely or what it is, but she'll come up to me and she'll just crawl into my lap and plop herself down, and she'll just be like, I'm sitting here now, and you're gonna pet me, or I'm gonna be really mad and walk away like really upset, and you're gonna be feeling really bad about it. And like I'll just like scoop her up and she'll just sit there and purr, and I'm just like, oh, you're so cute, you totally stole this from Annabelle, and that's adorable. And now Marjorie is also trying to do it, and that is why I have to keep pushing Marjorie off my desk. Because I would like Marjorie to be allowed on my desk, but Marjorie does not know her own size, and she knocks things off my desk when she tries to come up my desk. Speaking of, let me check my camera again. It's had some time to charge now. There we go. Yeah, it's at 63%. So theoretically, if I plug it in now, it should be able to do the thing, right? Right? Right, Marjorie? What do you think about that, darling? What do you think about that? Yeah, you. You're not troublemaking anymore, so I'm gonna talk to you nicely. Yeah. Oh, you just want attention. Oh. Annabelle's such a funny cat, though. Same cat, who would steal, Milk Duds and lick only the chocolate off of them. Oh, it's still not working. Where's my phone? There's this weird thing where, like, the GoPro has, like, an app. Continuous guest. I do not care. I can't see the GoPro though. You're not showing me it. How did I do this before? I don't remember. I'm gonna transform fit to screen. Okay, well there it is. So the thing does exist. It's just not letting me do anything with it. It's also not letting me select it for some reason. Now I can do it. There we go. Please let me resize. Oh, it's being silly. No worries, Beans. Have a good rest. Get some good sleep. Okay, that's working now. Why is this not working? Is it plugged into the wrong thing? That might be my thing. Hi, Lathane. How's it going? Sorry, I'm getting distracted right now. I'm trying to get the hand scan working. Because if I can get the hand cam working, then I can get the cat cam working. That's good, right? Yeah. So if I plug this in again, will you stop lying? What? You'll be kind. You'll show us the things I need to do with that. No, you won't. Fuck you. Maybe I can look at this. Oh, my phone fell asleep. Ooh, okay, I'm seeing things on there. Okay, I'm seeing it there now. So why am I not seeing it in OBS? Oh no. Goodbye, mute yourself, my god. Do not make noises at me, camera. Okay, GoPro webcam. Why is this not working? I am very confused why this is not working. Yes, it's fine. Because I had this working before. Oh, is this all I needed? No. Show me the preview. How dare you? I might have to set it up again. I might have to go find the tutorial I used. I'm fighting my GoPro right now, Furnace. Because I wanted to show things on stream, but they're not letting me show things on stream. Okay, that's working. This is working. Why isn't this working? Maybe if I do a workaround. Oh, wait! Is it this? Is it through the Elgato? Ha-ha! Now I remember why There we go, there we go, there we go. Now you can see. Now you can see what I am seeing. Welcome to my desk. It's a bit of a mess. Alright, hang on, let me move my tablet. My iPad. Hold on, I have to move a bunch of things around. Floor jump scare. But I wanted to show my dolls right over here. Because I have these beautiful ball jointed dolls that I've worked on previously. I probably should go back and redo a bunch of things on them, but I'm proud of the progress I've made already. Let me actually pick up this camera. Let me make sure there's nothing within view of the camera that will dox me. I'm pretty sure I've already taken care of that, but you never know, and you should always double check. Okay, yeah, I think we're all good. I'm going to pick this up by untwisting this, and I can show you this Marjorie as well. Okay, maybe I will be able to untwist this. It's in like a little awkward spot where the case for the camera is like tightly pushed against it, so it makes it a little hard to spin off. There we go. Hello, this is my hand. It's upside down. Hold on a second. Let me flip the fringe. Transform. Rotate. Hello. This is technically the camera upside down, but that's the easiest way to do this. This is my Ambrosia doll. The lighting's a little bad. Hold on. Is it this one? No, hold on. There we go. That's a little bright. There we go. I'll do this. There we go. This is the Ainsley doll I have. They do look a little cross-eyed at the moment, because Hi, you wanna be on camera? This is Marjorie. Hello, darling. I don't believe I invited you up here, but that's okay. Hi, baby. Yeah. Oh, you just want attention. Oh, baby. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, that's my doll. This is why you're not allowed up here. Hi. She's a little void. Hi. Yeah. Good girl. Good job. Oh. She knows how to ask for pets now, and it's so cute. Good job. Did you hear something? Did you hear something, baby? Yeah. Oh, you're so cute. You're so cute. I can't help but spoil you, even though you're nice. Are you gonna bite? No nipples. Thank you for not nippling. She's a good girl, really. She's a kitten. So she does kitten things. And yeah, right. Yeah. Oh. lot about how well the spray bottle punishment works. That all I have to do is move it. Alright, let me hook this thing back up to its stand. It is a cool system for GoPros that they have. I got a GoPro specifically. I think I mentioned this before, but I got a GoPro specifically because I was like, I need a camera that will last against my idiocy. Specifically the fact that I have cats that are allowed to walk up next to it and thus have the potential to knock it over and have it get bumped into things. So I need one it can take a hit. And to my understanding, that is what one of the GoPro things is, that they're designed to kind of take a hit, given that like they're for like stunts and stuff like that. But the other thing was I wanted a smaller camera, so like I could take it around with me if I wanted to go like film something outside, which I doubt will happen for something that I post publicly, but for like reference videos and stuff like that, I think this would be very useful. But I have one other doll. Let me get that one too. That's the one where I have to get something to cover part of it up though. You'll understand why. Oh, I can show you the tiny wizard hat I made too. Making tiny wizard hats is like my new favorite thing. But I've been too busy to do sewing. I have tiny wizard hat. That's fine, I don't have to do the whole stand. Where is the small piece of fabric? That is one, two, three. She always looks so suspicious. So girl. You know what? I can probably use a piece of tape for this. Right? That should be good enough. Where is my tape? Because I don't want to cut a piece of fabric. Actually, no. The sheer cloth should work. Because this isn't a paint, so nothing should show through. I just have to like cover it up. Yeah, that should be good enough. This is the doll. I kind of want to do the painting for this doll on stream because I don't think I'm going to need a ton of layers for it. Well, I'm probably going to need a ton of layers for it, but like, I could do this on stream if I set it up properly. But this doll is one I got most recently. I have one other doll that I'm waiting to come in for pre-order, that I also would like to do on stream. This doll is so cool. I had to take off the chest plate because it is also not safe for Twitch, but it's basically just a semi-clear chest plate that allows you to see the skeletal inside of this doll. But it's so cool looking. Oh my gosh. And the joints are so nice, and all the little details are so nice. And I know dolls often freak people out, and I apologize if I have just freaked anyone else in chat out, given my excitement for this doll and it being like a spookier doll, but I adore ball jointed dolls. I think they're so cool. They're like a very fancy art piece that you can customize, but like, because it's like this is a resin print from a 3D printer type of thing, so like there's a bunch of different people who have the exact same model of doll and they each get to do their own thing with that doll, And it feels like almost like a collaborative art project, like seeing a big collage or a giant quilt where everyone's made a different square in it. At least that's how I see it. So that's one of the things I really like about them, but I also just really love the faceplate for this doll. I need to make eyes for it. It doesn't have any eyes at the moment, but oh my gosh, it's so cool looking. I haven't decided exactly what I'm gonna do with her yet. I debated on whether I was gonna get the pre-painted version of this doll, because the pre-painted version looks so cool too. But I ended up getting a plain one so I could figure out how I wanted to paint it myself. And this is not wanting to go back on. There we go. I did freak out at first when I first got this doll because the faceplate has a gap in it. And I think I need to do the treatment for it again because that gap has come back just a bit. But there's ways to fix that, thankfully. And I'm in a big Balls with the Doll Discord where people share tips like that all the time, so it's all good. But yes, back to art. Back to what I'm actually here to do, which is the raffle art that I keep getting distracted from. I'm sorry, I'm easily distracted. I don't stream to keep on task, I stream to get off task. Everything's fine. I am definitely not breaking things in the background. If you heard any sounds, everything is perfectly fine. I thought Marjorie chewed on the stand. I don't even know how she did it. I had it on a shelf. She's just that much of a menace. Everything's all good. I fixed it. It's all good now. Nothing's broken. Everything's perfectly fine. Okay, back to art. It's kind of semi-working on line art. It's more of a secondary sketch. I just almost dropped my headphones. I'm very good at this streaming thing, as you can tell. Turn this bad boy on. But yeah, one day that'll be a stream. Once I have a solid idea of what I want that particular doll to be, still haven't decided. I've got some ideas in mind, but then I keep going back and forth on them. Like, I wanted to do something celestial and have, like, it, like, partial skin be, like, just starry, celestial, space themed. And I was like, but what if I think of a different idea that's cooler, that doesn't go well with the celestial theme? And so I put a pin on that, and I kept thinking, and I was like, what if I do, like, something themed after, like, the official paint job of it, and had, like, red and black and white and maybe a little bit of gold. But then I was like, but the celestial thing would be really cool. And now I don't know what to do. And at some point I want to repaint the Ambrosia doll and make that better, but I don't know when I'm going to do that. I have at least the proper materials to repaint that, to erase the current design. Although, given that the current design is so light on the doll, I could probably even just paint over it at the moment. But I also want to practice with my paints more and get better at that, because right now I think it's just colored pencil on there. But I have like Liquitex paints that I want to use to make like all of the lines bolder and stuff on it. And I think, like, originally I painted the eyes on paper, but I think when I redo the eyes, I'm gonna print them out so they are a lot more even. Some people think it's cooler when you draw the eyes normally, and I agree, it is cooler when you draw the eyes normally, but it makes it also a hell of a lot harder, and since this is a ball jointed doll, the eyes are separated from it, and if I don't have to make my job harder, why should I make it harder? Why should I make it harder when I can make it easier on myself? I can do better. This is why it takes me forever to do any project that's not an animatic, and sometimes even animatics, because I just keep overthinking it. I get one thought, and then I'm like, oh, but what if this? But what if this? And there's also this, and this, and this, and this to think about. This is why note-taking apps are very useful, because then I can just start writing all of this down, and it's just like, well, I don't have to think about that what if anymore. I've written it down. That's for later me. That's future me's problem. Current me needs to think about this other thing. This is what I'm learning is the key to success with project planning. Anything I don't want to think about, I write it down, and that's future me's problem, and then we're all good. And then future me has had the time to marinate on whatever that problem was, and I usually can think of a solution right away, and it's great. Let me just double check. Speaking of projects, yes, people have been talking. Gathering brain cells other than my own to potentially work on an open source project that I have been thinking about for quite a while. I think I mentioned this earlier in the stream, but for people who weren't there at the time, one of the game ideas that I've thought about making for quite a while is an open source dress-up game where it is possible for users to import and export their own assets into the game. That way, like, individual artists can make their own dress-up features, similar to stuff like, for example, Pit Crew, where you can make a customized avatar game in Pit Crew. But I think Pit Crew has its own problems for a variety of things. And I want to hopefully fix some of those problems that I see with it and make it a little bit more user-friendly, at least in my opinion user-friendly, for people who do not want to sit there and dig through how to make a pit crew and come out crying on the other side. Because that was my experience when I attempted to make a pit crew. But most importantly, I think like the main thing that I struggled with Pit Crew was it was so limited when it came to file sizing and formatting and such, because it is an online browser thing. But if I make my open source dress-up game a local application, I don't have to worry about that, because other people, when they make their asset packs, they can figure out a way to host that. That's not my problem. They can find their own way to distribute things. I mean, I'm sure I'll have like a way for them to share where they're distributing things and such. But that's no longer my problem. I adore dress-up games, hence my ranting for Infinity Nikki earlier and my sadness with what they're doing in 1.5 for Infinity Nikki. But I love a lot of dress-up games. I like the other Nikki games. I love the Lily Diary, and apparently the new Lily game that my friend just told me about like a couple hours ago. And I will be buying out the entire shop in later. Because oh my gosh, Lily Diary is amazing, and this new game has a wizard hat in it, and I'm very excited about the potential there for a wizard hat. But there's also other games. I tried to play Coco Pig? I don't know how to say it. It was a mobile app, it was a gacha game. I played that for a little while. I didn't really enjoy it because it was really heavy into the gacha aspects of it, and it was kind of boring because of that. But they had a lot of really cute outfits in it. And then there was one that I played that died almost immediately, and I was really sad about it. Can't remember what it was called. It was a 2D dress-up game similar to Love Nikki, and it had like a storyline and stuff. And I just remember being a little weirded out by the story because the like avatar you were dressing up was some sort of like living doll situation. And I didn't really understand what was happening there, but it was a little weird. But I did think it was also intriguing enough to keep playing. And then they were like, JK, we didn't make enough money, we're canceling the game. And I was like, no, I just spent money on this. I was intrigued, you had me hooked. What was the other ones? The other ones I played. I mean, The Sims is like my original dress-up game. I have like 20 gigabytes of mods for The Sims purely so I can dress up Sims. The other half of it is to dress up houses for my Sims. What else is there? I mean, I turn basically, if a game has avatar customization, I will find a way to turn it into an avatar dress-up game for myself. I did that to World of Warcraft. Raiding, I don't care about that unless there's a cool drop that looks cool on my avatar, and then I want to go on that raid. When I was playing World of Warcraft last, I wasn't learning about raiding so that I could like get good at the game. I just saw that there was a cool mount drop that I wanted, and the only way to get it was to go on raids. I didn't care about anything else. What else is there? Oh, Guild Wars, of course. Guild Wars is actually just fashion wars, truly. And that's not just a me thing, that's an everyone thing. And I'm just saying, they added a maid outfit that's gender neutral, and they understand their audience, frankly, because of that. Also, it looks great. Although it like poofs up weirdly on the player race that I played the most for masculine ones. I don't know why. I do think it's very silly though. What else is there? What other dressing games have I played? I never played Life Makeover, but that's just because I was already playing Shiny Nikki, and I knew in my heart of hearts that if I downloaded a second mobile gacha game that was also a 3D dress-up game at the same time as Shiny Nikki, I would regret it. But I probably would have played it if I didn't already have Shiny Nikki. There's another one. I tried, I think it was like Monster Makeover or something. It didn't really hit the niche of dress-up games that I particularly enjoy, but I definitely think it was like a decent dress-up game. I didn't like Pig Crew because all of the ones that had like an art style that I enjoyed would like have shitty options. Like, I appreciate being able to customize my facial features for a Pig Crew, but like the draw of a dress-up game to me is the outfit. So if I can't dress up the outfit, like what's the point of a dress-up game in my opinion? I still think Pig Crew is great for what it does, but I also think that Pig Crew is annoying as hell. What else is there? There's another one. I was of course one of those children who like found all the like Barbie dress-up games and I was playing them. I never got far in Disney Fairies or whatever that like online Disney fairy game was, but like I really wanted to. It was just, I was paywalled out of all of the fun features for customizing my character and actually doing anything meaningful in the game. So I never got to dress up in that one, but I remember at the same time I was playing that, there was some other dress up game that was like just online and free to play. And I think it was also a fairy game. I don't remember what it was, and I don't remember what IP it was attached to, because it was like some sort of like sponsored thing. But I don't remember. It wasn't Bratz. There was a different Bratz one that I had also played. Maybe it was Barbie? There was definitely some Barbie ones that I played when I was younger. I also really liked Pop Tropica. There wasn't much of an avatar dress-up feature in Pop Tropica, but I sure did try. I did enjoy the gameplay of Pop Tropica, which is really funny because I'm now like absolutely god-awful at jumping puzzles, and from what I remember off the top of my head, like 90% of Pop Tropica was jumping puzzles. I don't remember being particularly bad at them, but I do remember that Pop Tropica was like a children's game, so obviously everything had to be easier. Oh, what else is there? Skyrim, of course, because that's easy to turn in a dress-up game as soon as you find the right mods. There's another one I'm trying to think of, and it's itching at my brain. Oh, Pixie Hollow was the Disney Fairy one. There's some, like, somebody was trying to bring back Pixie Hollow, but, like, legally distinct Pixie Hollow, I think it was. They didn't want to necessarily earn money from it, they just wanted to revive it, and I thought that was neat. I think I joined a Discord for it, but I don't know if that Discord's still around. Hang on, let me take a look. I might have left that Discord as well. Because I have a tendency to join Discords for a short period and then forget why I'm in Discords for a while and then leave. I'm no longer in that Discord. Okay, I don't know what happened to it. But I was in that Discord at one point in time. What else is there? I'm trying to think. Oh, there was one that was like attached to some doll line. It wasn't Barbie, it wasn't Bratz. This was before Monster High even existed. I don't remember what they were called though. But I do remember that I didn't give a shit about the doll, like the actual physical toys, but the dress-up game, I did like the dress-up game. Probably says a lot about me. What else? I know there was more, because I was always on the hunt for dress-up games to play with. I got so excited when I learned about Pit Crew, and then so disappointed when I saw what most people were doing in Pit Crew. And that's not to say that the people whose Pit Crews I don't like aren't good Pit Crews. They're good Pit Crews. It's just, they're not what I was looking for in a dress-up game. Every time there's like a pet site that has like an avatar, I get really excited. Like Flight Rising, fantastic. I love dressing up dragons. Dapperbook, 10 out of 10. I'm so happy whenever I see avatar items from Dapperbook because the items are so pretty. I'm still mad that I didn't get my custom item because I was trying to, when the what's it called? The Kickstarter happened for Everfall, I was trying to get one of the limited slots to start with a custom item maker, and I missed it, and I'm still pissed about it. I was off by like a couple of seconds at most for getting that slot. What else is there? Drifts, which most people probably have no idea about. Hi! How's it going, Wood? Oh, you're fine. There's no such thing as late to stream. I'm just here to ramble and work on things. Things are a lot chiller now that I'm not in crunch time for, for a major event. I'm just working on raffle at the moment. Ranting about dress-up games. I'm trying to remember like childhood dress-up games that I played, but I'm missing a few. Neopets was never a dress-up game because like you could use paintbrushes on Neopets, but when I played it, like you couldn't put clothing items on Neopets. That the only customization you had was paintbrushes, and I never could find a paintbrush for my Neopets. I was really upset about it. Thank you. I really like this character's design for the winner. I'm excited to draw this character. What else was there? Webkins, I think, had some items for customization. I know you could like dress up the building that you like put all your Neopets homes in, like because they all whenever you registered a Neopet, you got a room for that or not Neopet, for that Webkins. Whenever you registered a Webkins, you'd get a room for that Webkins, and then you get a couple items for that Webkin, and then if they were a retired Webkin, you got something special for registering that Webkin, which, wow, on many levels when it comes to like paywalling children. But I don't remember. Oh, sorry, I had a yawn. I don't remember there being like clothing items you could put on the Webkins. What was the other pet site I played on? I'm not counting Fervilla as one I played on. I technically played on Fervilla, and then that site went to shit within like 3 months of it being live, and I was like, oh, I don't want to be associated with this place anymore. Goatlings! That's the one I'm forgetting. Not a childhood one. I was playing that one during college, and don't play Goatlings. I don't think I can say anything nice about Goatlings other than one of these site artists. I very much appreciate their art, NKRet. Very, very pretty art. My experience on Goatlings was bad to dismal to oh god. I think the only worse experience I had was on Fervilla. And I was only on Fervilla to get commissions from furries. I was mildly interested because it was just like, oh yeah, pet sites. I enjoy playing on pet sites. They're fun. And also I know furries enjoy getting art commissions from people. And I'm not afraid to sell out to furries. They're nice people very often. But then the site went to shit, and I didn't like anyone on that website. And there were a couple of people that were nice to me, and I was just like, okay, you guys are fine. The rest of you, I'm terrified of. Oh, am I turned? I think I turned my mic. That might be why. Am I better now? I've never been on that website, and I am terrified to Google it. I'm sure it's fine, but I don't trust anything these days. Is it just a furry hangout? Okay, then. Sometimes, like, the way something is said is just like, is this a not safe for work thing? Or is it just a normal thing for this community? And like there's just adjacent not safe for work things in that community. I'm gonna turn down the music just a little bit because I do tend to talk quieter as the night goes on. I mean, I would assume there's not safe for work stuff. That's just a given in the furry community. I mean, I think I already said on stream that I tried to sign up for a Fur Affinity account for similar reasons to why I tried to get on Furvilla and enjoyed the site. Namely, trying to get commissions from furries. But, I ended up not getting on the site, because it was blocked on my school Wi-Fi, which I was not about to find a way around. It wasn't worth the effort. I mean, that's also just kind of a given for, like, adult websites, too. Especially if it's one of the biggest, oldest communities. There's just gonna be a lot of it. It's the difference between a site being specifically for not safe for work content and just the user base happening to post a lot of not safe for work content. Do I like this hair? It will suffice for now. Seriously, what, were they just gonna send you a screen protector and be like, oh, you're definitely getting a Switch too, right? Right? You, the T streamer who plays so many video games on stream. Incredible. Thank you. Yes, that was one of the things when I was thinking about developing this style, where I was just like, I want to think about line thickness when I'm doing this. A drop test? Sorry, wait. They want you to blindfold yourself when you're installing a screen protector? I can understand the drop test. I think that's absurd that they're doing this, and I'm assuming the expectation is you already own a Switch for them to do this, but the blindfolded installation is absurd to me. Do they understand how annoyingly difficult it is to get a fucking screen protector on any screen? Absolutely not. I've broken a screen protector just trying to get it on a device and then misaligning it and having to try to move it slightly to the left. And I had to take it off and put a new one on the device. Are you kidding me? I would never do a blindfolded installation of a screen protector. Maybe if it wasn't tempered glass, but I always get tempered glass ones. No, that's bullshit, because all of the ones I've gotten have like the little like holder thingy-majiggies that you're supposed to tape to the screen protector so you can put it on. It does not make it easier. It doesn't. I doubt you can do it blindfolded. How about they do a video of them doing it blindfolded and send it to me, and maybe I'll believe it then. Absolutely not. But the expectation that you would do these things with a Switch that you already own to test out their screen protector is absurd as well. Like, it's just like, maybe if you were sending me a Switch and I dropped that Switch, I would consider it. You are terrifying, Dai, but I assume you're significantly less clumsy than me. Serious, horrifying thought. Very cursed. I've tried to use the little sticker things that they're always just like, yeah, you put these on the side so you can align it properly. But the stickers always fall off for me. Like, in the middle of me trying to align it, it'll fall off and then fall into whatever I'm trying to put the screen protector on, and I just, like, stare at it for a second and be like, well, I guess this is my life now. That's fair. I've had better luck with screen protectors protecting the screen of my phone than phone cases. Typically I do both, but I'm very clumsy. I drop things all the time on accident. I run into walls on accident on a regular basis, which is really embarrassing to admit, but it's also really funny every time it happens. I can't help but laugh, so I just implore you to simply laugh with me and not at me. So whenever I get a device, I have to consider, is this going to hold up to my foolishness? And do I need to get a case for it? And 9 times out of 10, I'm like, I absolutely need to get a case for this thing. Yeah, that's true. I have notoriously bad luck with my devices in that, even if I have a case on it, if I drop that thing, it is going to drop at exactly the point that it needs to hit so that the entire screen just explodes out into a lightning pattern crack across the entire thing. Like, I need to replace the screen protector on my phone right now, because it is already cracked. It's been cracked for a while, actually, but it's been not bad enough to where it hasn't annoyed me. You are a magician to me. Because I could never. I had to replace my Pixel 3 or 4 or whatever it was. Whatever I had before. That I've had for like 8 years or so. Simply because the thing was dying. It was getting to the point where, like, every 3 months it would shut down randomly and then turn itself back on, and then every 2 months, and every month, and every week, and then I was like, okay, you know what? This is getting to the point where I'm scared that I will get stranded somewhere because my phone turned itself off. And it couldn't hold a charge for more than a few hours. Like, I think I could have it charged for maybe 2 hours if I wasn't actively using it. No! Oh, that's so sad. I've never, like, fully broken a phone myself. I've cracked the screen before, but I think that's mainly just been screen protectors. Actually, no. No, the only screen I've actually cracked myself was my previous iPad screen. Because it got knocked out when Marjorie did a thing, and then I turned, and then I got caught on a cable, and then it flung my iPad out onto the floor, and that's how the screen got cracked. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! That's still scary! Oh my gosh. But no, I think every phone I've had, I've never broken them by, like, dropping them or anything, mainly because I do put, like, screen protectors and cases on them. I don't know how I've managed to get this far without fully destroying a phone like that, knock on fucking wood. My poor sister has broken more of my phones than I have broken my phones. It was only one, but the sentiment remains. And in her defense, she was trying to do a nice thing for me. It was when I was a kid, we had just come back from her friend's house. We went swimming at her friend's house, and I hadn't emptied my pockets fully, and she was like, oh, I have the laundry for both of us. I'm just gonna throw it all in the washer at the same time. And she did not know that my phone was still in my jeans pocket, and my phone went into the wash. And we tried to do the rice trick to dehydrate the phone, and I don't remember if it worked or not, but I'm pretty sure it didn't work, and I had to get a new phone. And my parents were really upset by it, but like we did our best to be like, no, you don't understand. This was truly an accident. Like, this is just the kind of thing that happens sometimes. And it was all good. I don't think anyone actually got into trouble over that. Thank God, because it was definitely not the kind of thing where someone should get in trouble for it. I remember, I think I was like really upset at first, and then she explained that. She was like, no, I was just trying to do laundry. I was like, oh, never mind. Ignore me being upset. You were truly just trying to be a good sister. I feel really bad now. I'm trying to think what else, if I have actually broken anything else. I know I played on my DS enough that the part of the hinge that like locked it into place stopped working, so I could only fully open it and fully close it, but that was like worn down over time. That wasn't a thing I broke on it. I think something similar happened to my Game Boy. So you're saying I should start swearing profusely? Yeah, for real. Oh my gosh, my sister was just trying her best. I felt so bad for her. My sister's really cool though. I love talking to her and I miss her a lot. She's actually does not live in the United States anymore. She lives outside the country. She came to visit recently this year and it was so nice catching up with her. Oh my goodness. We got up to a lot of shenanigans as a kid. I was thinking about this earlier. She did. She really did. She saw an opportunity. She was gone. I remember when we were younger, we would trade blame for certain things, where it was just like, in our eyes as children, and honestly, I still believe to this day these were things that we probably shouldn't have gotten in trouble with. Like, there's like maybe one or two things, like the example I'm going to use, it was definitely something that we deserved to get in trouble for. But when we were younger, if we were both doing something quote unquote bad, we would like decide who got the blame for it before we fessed up. And the time I remember us doing this distinctly, and I don't remember who actually did it, actually. I just remember we were throwing rocks at each other for some reason. Don't ask me why. We were children. Children are doing children things. Or maybe we weren't even throwing them at each other. I think we were just throwing rocks for no reason. Because that's what kids do. And then one of them broke a car window. And I remember we just both like froze, turned to each other, nodded, and then I went to fess up. I got really confused later on in life when I was at like my grandparents one time, and like we had this like habit at our grandparents where if somebody goes to get like a drink from the fridge, they'll go around and they'll ask everyone else if they wanted a drink or a snack or anything from the kitchen, just to be polite. And there was one time where I turned to my sister and then nodded because I knew exactly what she wanted, and everyone in the room was just like, what the fuck just happened? Did you just communicate telepathically? And no, she wanted chocolate. It was really obvious. What do you mean? I was right, wasn't I? Siblings are fun. It is. It really is. And it's less of like telepathy, and it's more of just, like, I know my sister pretty well, and, like, I knew approximately what her emotions of being at a family gathering at that point in time which were bad, and I don't want to be here, I need something to cope with this, and I can't drink alcohol yet, so a soda and some fudge will have to do. I don't know, maybe it's just, at least to me, the thing is, like, it's easier to be in tune with somebody if you've known them for so long. Aw, that's sad. My sister's only a couple years older than me, so I've known her since I was born, of course, and she's known me practically her entire life. But it also helped that we got into a lot of arguments when we were younger, but over the course of our childhood, like, we were more like ride or die siblings rather than hating each other's guts siblings. It was definitely more of a thing of, like, if we had an argument, both of us wanted to reconcile rather than make it worse. I know people with siblings, though, often have, like, a variety of different situations with their siblings. Yeah, I miss her a lot. She was the first person I trusted to critique my art, and she always had really good feedback for it. She's also the person who first encouraged me to do lineless art. Like the stuff I do in my boba style. in possibly the funniest way. Like, I know on Tumblr we've got the phrases, like, the time will pass anyways, for, like, when somebody's just like, oh, I don't know whether I should try to do this thing or not. Or somebody's just like, I decided to spend, like, all this time doing this one thing, and everyone's just like, why did you do that? Well, time's gonna pass anyways. What I had from my sister was, I was like, oh, I don't know if I want to try to do lineless art, it's really hard and I don't really understand it. And she said something to the effect of, well, if you never try, you're never gonna get good at it. Like, if you've already given up, of course you're never gonna get good at it, type of thing. And I was like, shit, you're right. I should just throw everything I have at this. I'll figure it out one of these days. And then I did, and it was great. I get a lot of my humor from her. I get a lot of my humor from my dad, too, unfortunately, which is why I do enjoy puns. And sometimes I have to, like, stop myself, depending on who I'm joking with, because my family's brand of humor is definitely, like, making fun of each other in a very lighthearted, teasing way. Like, if somebody's getting upset, then it's no longer a joke, according to my close family. But I know that's not necessarily the case for everyone, so I have to be like, no, I don't know that person that well yet. I can't make fun of them. They're not going to take that the way that I mean it. And then there's other people where it's just like, you and I are on the same wavelength with this. And I know the moment I throw something at you, you're gonna throw something back at me and I'm going to cackle really loudly. And I think that's important. I think that's a very important piece of humor that people often don't get. I think it's an important thing that a lot of people don't get, actually, about a lot of things. That not every joke is meant for every person, and not every piece of media is meant for every person. Sometimes it's just made for somebody else, and that's okay. Yeah, and I think caveat there, because it's not insulting without offending. That's not what's happening. Insulting implies that you are hurting their feelings because you are being rude or cruel to them. the difference is a teasing joke is saying, I recognize this thing was probably a little bit embarrassing for you, but it's not a big deal to me. I think it's a little bit funny and I'm laughing with you about it. But at the end of the day, it doesn't make you who you are. When you're insulting somebody, you are actively trying to hurt them. And that's not a joke. That's not funny to me. And if I ever do insult somebody when I am trying to be humorous and teasing and lighthearted, that's a problem, and I should fix that, and I should apologize. No, you're all good. I'm clarifying because, like, I understand that your wording was intended differently. But wording is often really important to describe intent with things. And I think it's really important because, like, my immediate family understands this to a degree. My dad, my sister, and I, we understand that feeling of, like, there's a difference between insulting and teasing. But there's people in, like, my extended family who never understood that difference, and they constantly cross that line, and they're no longer in our life. For that, for various other things, because they couldn't get out of their own head enough to say, oh, you're a real human being too. I need to talk to you like you're a real human being with thoughts and emotions too. Excuse me, oh my goodness. I'm making all sorts of bad noises today. But no longer. No. I just do not speak to them. I know in my case in particular, it was because they were like, well, they never were to my face, but it was a very near thing of it being to my face, of being, like, transphobic and homophobic, and it wasn't, like, one of those things where it's just, like, you're never allowed in our house ever again if you're one of these things, but it was just, like, one of those, well, I know gay people, I can't be homophobic, I'm nice to my gay neighbor. And then they say, like, the most homophobic thing you've ever heard in your life, and you're like, I don't know about that one, Chief. I think you need to speak to more gay people, because you're not understanding what's happening here that's wrong. I'd like to say that they were nice people outside of that, but by default, my definition of nice includes not being homophobic or transphobic or any other phobic, so I can't say that. They were okay people outside of that, I guess. It is! Like, here's my thing, controversial opinion. You can be gay and still do homophobic actions or say homophobic things, and maybe that doesn't make you homophobic because you're gay, but it certainly isn't a good look for you. Like, it doesn't matter who you are. And there's also, I forget the word for it, but, like, you can be gay and transphobic, and that's, like, a huge problem for people in TERF circles and whatnot. Like, that's a thing that happens all the time. And similar things, or it's just like, it does not matter what your identity is. You still need to watch the intent of your words and stuff. Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm fortunate enough that the way I was raised was I should treat people the way I want to be treated, and I was never directly taught to be homophobic or transphobic or any of those things, but I certainly wasn't explained them either, and I definitely grew up in areas where those things were prevalent, and thus they got ingrained into my own habits without realizing it. And so, as I met people in the LGBT community, I had to really take a look at myself and examine myself and go, I know I am not these things, because I have never actively chosen to be these things, and I've actively chosen to not be these things in a lot of places, but there are still things that I have done and said where it's just like, I need to rethink why I said that. Because even if I didn't mean it that way, it doesn't mean it wasn't coming off that way, type of thing. There's a lot of it that's just ingrained in, I don't want to like speak for every society, but for definitely American society, where it's just like, it's just ingrained into the way that people raise their kids and think, and in schools and stuff, and you don't think about it until you start really examining it. And it is a lot of like internalized things and stuff where you don't even realize it. I know for me, like the first time I had even heard the word gay, I was like 13. I was listening to Welcome to Night Vale, and I was really confused why Cecil had the hots for another guy. I was like, guy, you can do that? I was really confused. I got even more confused that year because I was watching the Persona 4 anime off of Adult Swim, because I was like pre-recording it and then watching it later, and it got to the bathhouse or the sauna or whatever. I don't remember the guy's name, I'm so sorry. I don't remember all the Persona 4 people. I was so confused that whole episode. I was like, I'm uncomfortable, but I can't explain why. And it's not because of like this guy being interested in other dudes. I can't understand why I'm uncomfortable with the scene. Because thankfully, the Welcome to Night Vale thing happened first. So it's just like, okay, yes, guys can like other guys, and I'm assuming girls can like other girls. That's a normal thing to have happen. Something else is happening here. And then it took at least 7 more years for me to realize that same year I had a crush on another girl at school. Cause like, I didn't grow up in the deep south, but I grew up in the southern Midwest, and they're not the same as the deep south. The deep south is very scary to me, but the southern end of the Midwest, they don't talk about gay people. It's the unspoken taboo that around there. Yeah, I learned about gay people through Welcome to Night Vale, and then in high school, when I moved up to Wisconsin, I think my junior or senior year, one of my friends came out as trans, and I think specifically non-binary, and they wanted us to use either he or they for them, and I was really, really confused by that, and I was like, you know what? I don't understand, but you know what else? It ain't my business. I'll call you what you want. Yeah, exactly, Di. I was never in a sundown town. I had visited Alabama because my sister was in like sports ball, and so we would go to other states for sports ball things. But I don't think I ever went to a sundown town. I think there is probably gay people in like the schools that I was at, and they were probably openly gay, and I was so oblivious to it all until I had friends to my face be like, oh yeah, I'm interested in girls, I like girls, and then like things slowly started clicking. But it took a good long while. I think the main thing was I was just too shy to talk to people 90% of the time. I know when I moved to Wisconsin, I had the mortifying ordeal of being introduced to the classes. And I think it was like during lunchtime, a teacher led me over to a group of other kids that were already sitting at a table, and they were like, excuse me, this person is new here and they would like to make friends with you. Can they sit at your table? And I was just like hiding behind the teacher with a tray of shitty food. They're like, oh yeah, come on, sit down. I'm like, great, thank God I didn't have to speak for this. I got better in college because I was finally on anxiety meds, but my God, I was terrible as a child when it comes to socializing. And I kind of feel bad about it now, but in middle school, I didn't want to talk to anyone except for like 2 people that I was close with. And so like during lunch, I would bring a book with me and I would read through lunch after I finished eating my meal in like 10 seconds flat. And there was this one really annoying kid who kept bothering me one day and kept asking me questions, and he was just like, at one point he was like, what if I wanted to ask you out on a date? And I'm just like, I don't know you. Please stop talking to me. Like, to his face, and I feel bad about that. That was rude of me. But also, I was trying to read Artemis Fowl, and he was interrupting a very important scene, and I was very upset by that. Which I think is like an ongoing theme in all of my conversations up until college with people who I did not want to speak to or annoyed me. Because the other time somebody interrupted me in the middle of something that I recall from being a child was when I was in preschool, and I was in preschool and I was playing with some toys, and I was like, okay, I need this other toy that somebody has stopped playing with. I'm gonna go grab that toy and bring it over to these other toys. And so I stood up and walked away, and some other child came up and stole the toy that I was playing with. I was like, excuse me, I was still playing with that. I just wanted to get this other thing. They're like, well, you walked away, so you don't need it anymore. And I was like, okay. And then I bit them. Several times until they bled, and I got into a lot of trouble about that. But in my defense, they stole my toy first. If I hadn't been stopped, I think I would have bitten a lot more children as a child. Because the only thing that taught me was that it worked. I'm just saying, sometimes you just gotta stop doing everything else and start biting people. They'll start listening real fast. If nothing else convinces you to brush your teeth, understand that you do need strong teeth to be able to bite people properly. Would I bite somebody again these days? Probably not. But that's more of just a case of like, I don't trust the people around me being safe about COVID and stuff, and I don't want to get ill from them. I have enough problems on my plate. I don't need to get sick. But if that wasn't a problem, yes, I would start biting people again. Ah, a kindred spirit. I think the worst part about that story about me biting somebody was that preschool was a like Catholic preschool. I'm pretty sure the teachers there probably thought I was like possessed by a demon or something at least some point in my tenure there. And like, I guess they're not technically wrong, given that I did turn out to be trans, gay, and neurodivergent. At least in their eyes, I would be a demon. But it wasn't because of that specifically. I think that's just a kid thing to start biting people. They really didn't like me there. I don't know if it was for the biting incident, or for the other thing I got in trouble for, but the other thing I got in trouble for was not my fault. I mean, like, technically, I am the cause of it, but, like, it was, like, just a normal children thing to do. They were so weird there. That was a weird school. I'm so happy for you, Wood. I'm so happy. That makes me delighted. That delights me to no end. At least one of us got to live out the dream of just biting people until they listened. I know I bit one other person after that incident. I don't remember why I bit that person. I just remember who it was. I think he just pissed me off for some random reason. Cause, like, otherwise he was kind of a chill guy. But that was the last time I bit somebody, I'm pretty sure. I think I'm drawing this wrong. Hang on a second. Yeah, I'm drawing this wrong. I don't like how that looks. It's uneven. I'm gonna draw the rest of this, then I'll come back and I'll draw the straps. Well, I don't have, like, strong memories of my childhood. There's a non-zero chance that I did bite somebody else that I've simply forgotten, and no one around me has reminded me that I've bitten somebody else. I only have a few, like, very solid memories, and then the rest of it I remember because I have retold the story before I forgot those memories. Which is really unfortunate. I just don't have a very stable memory. There's a few things that I can, like, picture in my head. Honestly, my dad might have a story of me biting somebody else, and that would be really funny. Every time my dad's just like, you don't remember doing this? I'm like, Dad, I don't remember what I had for lunch yesterday. The only things I remember are the things you told me I did, which I fully believe I would do those things. Every time he's told me a story, I'm just like, yeah, that sounds like something I'd do. Although, 9 times out of 10, it's more of a, yeah, I would do that. Not a resigned.
Are you clean? Are you all good now? You're licking yourself very loudly, Miss Marjorie.
I'm pretty sure, actually, he also only remembers the 2 incidents that I remember of biting people. Because I think the only other time I would have had the opportunity to bite somebody, for sure, would have been on, like, the elementary school playground. And the only people I recall that I had a reason to bite, I mostly was just running away from, so I don't think I bit them. Oh, that's a good excuse! Oh, I totally could have used the excuse that I grew up with a cat that bit me. I'm writing that down for myself. We had this mean old cat, Persian cat, named Gargamel, and he hated everyone, including me, and I was enthralled with him. I wanted to pet him so bad. So I just went up and did it one day, and I think he started, like, running away or something, and I, as a small child, did not understand that you were not supposed to pull cats' tails, but thankfully for everyone involved, I learned very quickly, because, like, he started running away, and I, like, went to grab him, but grabbed his tail instead or something along those lines, because I certainly was not the type of child that would, like, just pull on a cat's tail for no reason, and so he turned around and bit me on the ear, and I was like, oh, Okay, you didn't like that. That's fine. Understandable. Have a good day, sir. I also remember being enthralled with one of my uncle's dogs. I don't remember their name, and I don't remember what breed of dog they were, but they were just like this behemoth of a dog. Like, I, as a small child, was smaller than this dog, sitting down. And I would look up at this dog and I'd be like, I want to pet you so badly, but you are absolutely terrifying. Because, like, this dog, whenever it saw me, it would start growling at me, and I was like, oh, I want to come near you and pet you so bad, but you don't like me, and I've learned my lesson with Gargamel the cat. So I will stay at a respectful distance and not bother you, sir. I will look but not touch. I'd also learned my lesson with dogs in general because, the type of dog I'm afraid of is not large dogs, because typically people who have large dogs just have to train their dog to not jump on people or like bark and growl and stuff. Like, they're always trained dogs, because people understand that large dogs can hurt people. What people forget is that small dogs can also hurt people. And I am terrified of small dogs because of this, and because when I was a child, my great-grandparents, they had a Chihuahua, or a Pomeranian, or something along those lines. I'm terrified of everything in that distinct shape of dog, which is like the Chihuahuas and the Poms and stuff like that. Because this small, terrifying dog was a literal ankle biter. She would chase me around their house. I have a habit of sitting cross-legged nowadays, and I know where this habit originated because I literally could not put my feet on the ground at their house. I felt so bad because I had always been taught, you keep your feet on the ground, it's rude to put your shoes on the couch. But if I put my foot on the ground, this dog would come over and bite it. Quite literally. I was just like, I don't know what to do about this. I can't... My autistic brain cannot conflate these two rules into one rule, and nowadays I just always sit cross-legged, because this is the most comfortable way for me to sit. But I know for a fact it originated because I was terrified of this small dog, and my great-grandparents were, like, one of my babysitters growing up. That's adorable. Like, I'm sure small dogs are very cute, and I'm willing, if a friend has, like, a Chihuahua or a small Pomeranian, and they have actually trained the dog to be a polite dog, I'm willing to meet a nice Chihuahua or Pomeranian. I will be hyperventilating half the time, and I will have to chug my anxiety meds, though. It was a scarring experience. And it wasn't like just like I had to be over at my grandparents' house like once or twice. Like, I was there a lot of my childhood. So I was constantly hindered by this small dog. Like, whenever it was like dinner time or anything and it was time to go into the other room, I'd be like, can you call off your small dog or like pick her up or something so I don't have to be chased over to the dining room to sit down as quickly as I possibly can? Yeah, small dogs are closer to hell. I fully believe that statement. But no, genuinely, I do believe it is simply that, one, because small dogs are small dogs, people tend to not respect small dog space, like personal space, and so they'll just like pick them up and do all that stuff all the time with them, without consideration for the dog's behavior. But two, because small dogs aren't as like aggressive looking as a large dog is, people don't think that they have to train a small dog to not be aggressive too, and stuff like that. Like, it all builds up into small dogs tending to be aggressive, or only liking one person, or growling at people and biting at people and stuff like that, and that's a problem. And it irks me quite a bit. That dog definitely had the devil in it, though. That dog was scary. And I do think it is funny, though. Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I feel like that is definitely an owner, not training their dog properly and not treating their dog properly thing. Because, like, take my cats, for example. I pick up my cats all the time, but I've both trained them that they can tell me if they want down immediately. Like, if they want down, if they claw or bite me when I'm holding them, and it's not I need to continue holding you for some thing like clipping your claws. If they claw me, it's time to put them down. I respect their space unless it is something that I need to do for them to keep them in good health. And similar things to that with them, where it's just like, they know that they can tell me if they want to be picked up, or if they want to be petted, or if they need something from me. And I feel like people don't respect small dogs in that same way, where they need to allow their dog to show them, oh, I don't want to be picked up right now, or I need to respect my space. Like, respect my space, type of thing. Because, yeah, like, at the end of the day, they are sentient creatures, and they have thoughts and feelings, and they're not going to be the same as humans, and we cannot communicate the same way, but they can communicate with us in their own way, and people forget that, and they don't try to communicate, and that irks me quite a bit. I think it says a lot about my fear of small dogs, that I'm willing to meet a small dog that I know has been properly trained, because I think my fear is more to the degree of, like, I am afraid that they have not trained this dog properly, and I'm going to have a similar experience, rather than just being terrified that the dog's gonna bite me. Like, dog biting me, least of my problems. I don't have ibuprofen because I can't take it with my anxiety meds. I do have acetaminophen if you want a 500 milligram tablet of acetaminophen. My dad was always bewildered when I was like, Dad, I can't take ibuprofen with my anxiety meds. They have a drug interaction. Do you not read these things? I mean, I think I can do it carefully, as long as I don't do it a lot. But I don't want to risk it anyways. Also, fair. Actually, speaking of dog bites, my dad one time, oh my gosh, I was so startled hearing about this after the fact. My dad was like out on a walk just in the neighborhood, and there was just another couple that was like walking around too, and they had a couple dogs with them, and they were like, oh my gosh, well, let's see these dogs. And the thing about you need to know with my dad is that animals love him. I have never seen him around an animal that's like, in any way, shape, or form gotten aggressive with him. No matter what animal it is, as soon as he like goes to like hold out his hand or something, that animal is on the ground showing their belly, wanting to be pet by my dad. This is not an exaggeration. He has a superpower for getting animals to trust him, which is the most adorable thing ever if you see it in person. So I was shocked to hear that when he met this couple and they were on a walk, and he leaned down to pet their dog, because their dogs were excited and they wanted pets or something. One of their dogs like leapt up and just suddenly bit his face. It was out of the blue, like, for every single person involved, because the dog was trained and like completely like normal around most people and stuff. And I think he's met that dog again and everything's been just fine. Yeah, he had to get stitches on his lip. He was totally fine. The dog was up to date with their shots and everything too. Like, there was no worries there. I think the biggest worry they had was like tendinitis, which is common for any sort of like dog or cat bite or something like that. but like it was out of the blue for this dog, and the owners were just like, oh my god, we're so sorry, we will help with like medical bills and anything you need and stuff like that. They were horrified by the whole experience, and everything was fine, and my dad was just like, honestly, I'm just surprised because that's not the typical reaction I get from animals. And he was telling me that, and I was like, yeah, honestly, that's the most surprising thing to me too. Like, I swear I've seen like the most antisocial, hates people animals, and they meet my dad for the first time and they're in his lab wanting to be pet by him. It's incredible. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, the poor things. There's a stray cat in my neighborhood a few months ago, like last year at some point, sometime in the fall, and I was really sad because I couldn't get that cat to like calm down and come to me because I wanted to see if they had like any sort of chip or something to get them back to their owner, but they hid under like a car or something and I couldn't get to them. I don't usually see a whole lot of strays where I live, which is a good thing, I think. I used to see more strays when I lived in the Midwest in the South when I was really young, because there was like stray cats everywhere. But yeah, my sister and I have telepathy, and my dad tames every animal he comes across. Family magic. Nah, it's not really telepathy. I don't know what my superpower would be if I had one. I'd like to say I have an instinct of knowing... Well, getting an inkling, I think, is the best way to say it. A pretty precise inkling of what kind of relationship I'll have with somebody the first time I meet them. Usually within one or two, like, conversations with somebody. But I feel like that's something that a lot of people can pick up on. I don't think that's a unique thing to me. Although I think the, possibly the funniest instance of that instinct triggering for me. I've talked about my high school art teacher before on stream. All you need to know is she was the art equivalent of a child pageant mom to me. For art things. And it was deeply uncomfortable. And when I first met her, I remember sitting there for a second and going, we're gonna have a good relationship for approximately 2 years, and then something's gonna go wrong. And I cannot believe how accurate that was. I obviously did not tell her that to her face. But I am still to this day shocked. I was just like, I called that far too accurately than I should have. Also, don't worry, Wood. I don't pick up on many social cues either. That's the big thing I got out of autism is social cues. Who knows her? It's just I have like a good instinct for not necessarily understanding somebody's personality, but just like their vibes, I guess is the best way to put it. Calling it vibes or aura or whatever is like I feel like it's an incorrect portrayal of what I'm picking up on, but there's just like something about the way certain people speak or their body language that I can't consciously recognize, but something in it just flips a switch in my brain and I'm just like, I know what kind of relationship I'm going to have with this person. And it has, over the years, I think there's been like maybe 1 or 2 times where it's been inaccurate. But personally, I don't like to put stock in things that I can't put a number on where that came from, so I usually don't use it to like judge my interactions with people. I feel like that's incredibly unfair to people I'm speaking with, and it obviously is not 100% correct. Nothing like that could possibly be 100% correct. So to me, it's just a weird thing that happens sometimes, but it's weirdly correct. And yes, this is the teacher that stole my art. And oh my god, fucking mood, Prithvi. I had a friend, who, we don't talk anymore, but I would still consider them a friend, if she decided to talk again, or she reached out or anything. But she told me one time to never say, I can't read your mind, because she hated that phrase, and I understand why, because, yeah, no one can read minds. But to me, what that phrase is trying to say is, I need you to say in words what you are feeling. Because if you are doing a thing with your tone of voice, I have no fucking clue that you are. And I don't think I'm 100% perfect at it or anything, but to me, like, an important thing about communication in any relationship, platonic, romantic, friendship, acquaintance, random coworker I talk to sometimes when I'm not daydreaming about video games at work, is just communicating in words, because social cues outside of words, and even words themselves, can be easily misinterpreted based on somebody's individual experiences, and I think it's cruel to assume that everyone around you is going to pick up on them properly and perfectly every time. But maybe that's just me being incredibly autistic. And sometimes, like, I talk to somebody who's not neurodivergent, normally my dad, and he tells me, like, something that's happened at work, and he's just like, oh yeah, I totally understood exactly, what this whole social situation was going on, and I'm just like, Dad, you just described to me the most horrific series of mind games I've ever heard in my life. How do you enjoy this job? And he just shrugs and he goes, I don't know, it's just fun. I'm just like, okay there, buddy. Your job sounds like hell to me, thanks. I'm gonna go back to my funny little computer that spits out numbers at me sometimes. Yeah, it really is. It really is. That's why, I know my rules in chat are, like, worded vaguely, but, like, they're worded that way so people know, like, they know what words to listen for. If I say stop being weird, you know immediately that you need to be thinking about the rules of the chat. So it sticks in your brain. Because I could sit there and I could type out a 500 million rules to, like, specifically say how I want people to act in my stream chat. And that's not going to solve anything, because no one's going to read them, and no one's going to remember them. So I adhere to the KISS principle. Keep it simple, stupid, because I am stupid. And that's not a bad thing. It's okay to be stupid if you're trying your hardest and you're using your words to communicate. People keep telling me to stop calling myself stupid, and I'm like, no, you don't understand. I was raised as a gifted child, and that was the worst for me. It was awful for everything from my self-confidence to my social anxiety. It is okay to be dumb. It's okay to be wrong. It's okay to make mistakes. It's okay, Kira, I'm holding your hand. We can be weird together. No, I mean, honestly, even just being like a little weird in stream chat is totally fine to me. It's just when it starts like squeaking me out, that's when I'm gonna say the keywords of don't be weird. But 9 times out of 10, I'm probably not gonna care. It's also why I don't have rules against like talking about like religion and politics and stuff, because sometimes we just want to talk about it. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I hope the raffle winner really likes it. They said they really liked my Kiki style, and I'm very excited about that, because I also really like my Kiki style, and I think their character really fits the style too. I am gonna have to figure out the crow mask at some point. At some point, this will become relevant again. What point will that be? Great question. Should I, like, make this, like, some sort of teasing thing where there's, like, a glistening water drop falling off the apple? I feel like people do that whenever there's, like, food in a piece that's supposed to be, like, vaguely suggestive. I don't really understand it. I suppose it works. I need this person to come into my chat so I can ask them, hey, am I portraying your character correctly? This is very important to me. Are you more of a human Bill Cipher or a Sans Undertale on the sexy men scale? Welcome to the Discord. I hope you enjoy your stay. I think it's a lot of sharing art and me occasionally talking about Infinity Nikki at the moment. Also, I think this one's warmed up real quick. I'll be right back. I have to grab a new potion. So Kira, you can do the potion thing in just a moment. I also have to sneeze. I don't want to sneeze into the microphone, so 1 moment, please. Hi, Marjorie. Oh, you're so cute. It's officially springtime here, and it has been for a while, and people keep mowing their lawns. I hate it, because it all goes up my nose, and then I have a runny nose the rest of the day. Absolutely the worst. Beautiful. I hope that's crisper now.
Are you a good girl? I wonder if you're the kind of cat that likes tiny hats. Do you like the tiny hat? Do you want to sniff it? You like it? Good girl. Aww.
I'll see if I can... Oh, you typed it with an M instead of an N. It was just a typo that time. But yes, I did fix it. Ah, it's all good. It's understandable. It's Friday. It's late.
Hi. You can come up here now, baby.
I've moved the things that you were going to break. You want to come up? You're invited now. You seem confused and a little bewildered. Want to come here?
She's sniffing my hand and it's so cute. No, that's all I wanted.
Okay. She's gonna slowly snake her way over. Knowing her. What am I running into? Oh, that's what I'm running into. I have no idea if I finally have fixed my sleep schedule or if I am just so constantly tired I just don't know when I'm sleep deprived anymore. Cause like I was tired most of this week, but now I feel fine, but I haven't fixed my sleep schedule. My sleep schedule's still broken. And like I was more tired the second half of working on the animatic for last week than I was the first half, but I was definitely sleep deprived the entire time, so I think it was more of just like the length of time of being sleep deprived finally getting to me by the end of it. But I don't know. Hard to say. Hi. Hi, baby. Oh. Yeah. I don't know if the mic picked that up, but she chirped at me. Mama. Oh, you're so cute. No, ma'am. There you go. You can headbutt me, but don't headbutt everything else, okay, baby? Okay, you're done. Please, I love crab video. I saw a really cute sign for like a shop or something that was shaped like a crab earlier on Tumblr, and it made me so happy. He's on a little boat. Oh my goodness. Is that a lemon? Wait, is that a lemon? Or like a mango? Yeah, it's a fruit of some kind. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh. Thank you for sharing. That was wonderful. Where did I put my pen? There it is. Oh, I love crabs so much. I feel like my love of crabs at first was just like, oh, I'm a Cancer. I have to love crabs. That's my zodiac. But I think I can pinpoint the crab that won my heart over. It was like a video of like a vampire crab on Tumblr, which was the day that I learned that crabs can in fact be purple in real life. And I saw that crab and I was like, oh, I knew crabs were delicious, and now I understand that they're beautiful creatures. And it was no longer like an obligation to like crabs. It was just crabs are cute. Crabs are adorable. And like of course I loved hermit crabs before that, because hermit crabs are precious little creatures. They're just little guys, and I had crabs before that, but like all crabs good. Crabs can be purple, yeah! Oh my god. Look up vampire crabs, and if you aren't looking up vampire crabs, do not fret, I am looking up vampire crabs for you. They're so cute! I don't know why they're called vampire crabs, because crab naming. Yeah, look at him! They're just little guys! Here, I'll open this up so you can look at it in a bigger. Look at him! He's wonderful! They're so cute! And like, clearly, vampire crabs understand color theory, because like, look at that beautiful fuchsia with this beautiful purple, and they're doing color theory correctly because they've got the contrasting yellow. I'm being silly. But look at them! They're so wonderful! I love crabs of all shapes and sizes. Yes! I love crabs! I get so excited when other people also love crabs, and like Kira is saying, start sharing more crabs with me. It makes me so happy, because like, they're not like a special interest in that, like I know everything there is to know about crabs. I just am like, oh look, a cute creature type of thing, but I still love them. One day I'll know a bunch of crab facts and I'll be able to just start spouting them off at any given moment. My jaw hurts for some reason, and I'm not sure why. I think my headphones were digging into my jaw. I'm gonna take them off for a little bit. Hopefully I don't get an important notification. How weird. Maybe they bumped into something weirdly when they were doing teeth things earlier this week. I'm just glad I didn't have to get another root canal. Although, if anyone has to get a root canal and they're scared about the root canal part, honestly, in my experience at least, and in that particular experience, I had the worst time when it came to the, what's it called? The cap bit. Where they have to, like, grind down your teeth. I know what it's called. I literally just got one of them again. It's a two-part thing where they, to do a root canal, they have to do the other thing, but sometimes they can just do the other thing and they don't have to do the root canal. The root canal is the scary bit where it's just like, oh god, your teeth is really fucked if you have to get this. No, not a tooth reduction. They're trying to avoid a tooth reduction. Hold on a second. It's like the extreme version of a filling. I'm just tired and not remembering the name of it. Crown! A tooth crown, dental crown, whatever you want to call it. It is really just the extreme version of a filling. Instead of just carving out a small piece of the tooth and filling that in, they basically cut off the top of the tooth and then they put a crown on top of that, which is molded from your previous tooth without all of the cavities and stuff. I think I heard about this. And I got really excited about it, but I'm not remembering off the top of my head. Yes! I did hear about this. Oh my god, they are just scrunkly little guys. I love them. I looked at the picture and I immediately was like, I remember this now. They're just little guys. Yeah! But yeah, with root canals, if you have to get a root canal, you always have to get a crown on top of it. And I've only had one root canal. The crown is the worst bit, at least for me, because I hate the sound of like the drills and stuff. The rest of going to the dentist is fine to me. I don't have a phobia of the dentist or anything, which is very hilarious given the amount of times I have to go to the dentist. But getting the crown was god awful, but the root canal itself wasn't that bad. And it's weird because, like, at least the one I got, I don't think they can fully numb up the nerves inside the root that they're trying to fix, just due to the way that teeth structure are, but like they try their best. So like I could feel them poking around in there. It didn't hurt, I just could feel it. But that was like not a terrible experience to me. I was more just fascinated by it. because it was an interesting thing. I kind of wish I could have seen what they were doing, because I feel like I would have enjoyed that. But getting tooth crowns is the worst. And it's always funny to me because, like, they start with all the really high-pitched tiny drills and they do all that stuff, and then they get like the big grindy one and they're like, this one's gonna be big and grindy, and I'm like, I can't explain to them because they've obviously got all these tools in my mouth at the time where it's just like, no, you don't understand. The big grindy one is the best one of the lot because it's not a high-pitched squeal 3 inches from my ears. I hate every other drill, but the one you keep warning me about, that's just a welcome sign that the end is near and I can finally get out of this chair. Is that what it's called, or is this a different type of crab? Oh my god, I hate them. I'm so glad. I really like my current dentist. My current dentist is so nice. All the front desk ladies know me at this point by name. Oh, he's just a little guy. I will say this one's slightly off-putting because it is shaped very similarly to ticks, but the color scheme of it is thankfully very different from ticks, so thus I'm only slightly perturbed by it. But he's just a little guy. You can hold him in the palm of your hand. Oh my goodness. Oh, I really like this one with like this brown splotching on top. That's so cute. Yeah, I fucking hate those high-pitched drills though. They're really nice. I always am just like, I'm gonna put my earbuds in. If I have a problem, I will raise my hand and let you know. But they're very polite there. They like, every time they're about to change something or they need to do something specific, they're like, I'm gonna do this thing just so you know. They don't necessarily like do a play-by-play of whatever they're doing in my mouth, but they'll like explain like, we're doing this now and then we're doing this, which is nice. It eases my anxiety a lot. It's also nice if anyone's afraid of going to the dentist these days. I don't know if every single dentist is gonna have these things, but for me, I just do my best to like pretend I am not there whenever they have to pull out the drills. But they have invented several different devices these days of things that they can use to prop your mouth open, so you can just zone the fuck out and put some earbuds in and not pay attention to what they're doing. And it's great. It's fantastic. Because I have had fillings before where they did not have these tools, and I was forced to be present and in right mind the entire time because they would have to keep telling me to open my mouth further. And I'm just like, I don't know how to tell you this, but that's about as far as my mouth can open, good sir. I have a tiny, tiny mouth. It's very awful when they have to work in the back teeth. Sorry, I'm looking at the pictures of crabs again. I got really excited. Hi, Miss Marjorie. You gonna join me for art? I'm gonna be a cutie. Yeah? Do you have something to tell me? Are you being a troublemaker? Are you being a silly girl? Are you being a good girl and you're not trying to knock things over? She is absolutely the kind of cat that will go up to something and start batting at it to knock it over. But like, when she's getting on my desk, 9 times out of 10, she's not intending to knock things over. She does it by accident. So I try to not get too mad at her. She's doing her best. Yeah, aren't you? You're getting used to the fact you're a big kitty.
Yeah.
She's most certainly still learning her size. She hasn't quite processed that when she uses my stomach as a diving board, it is, excuse me, very painful.
Isn't that right? It's your favorite thing to do at night.
And you're like, oh, you're falling asleep? It's sleep time? One moment, let me jump off of you.
Isn't that right, Biffy?
Or jump onto me. Yes, the one that's right next to me right now is Marjorie, and she doesn't show up on stream as often. So Marjorie, the picture of the cats on stream is the black one in the front of the photo, and the one in the back of the photo is Mia. Sometimes Mia will be on the cat cam, but not very often. Usually by this point in the night, Mia is looking for personal space in a different room. Marjorie is also the one that was on camera earlier when I was showing off the ball jointed dolls.
Isn't that right, Biffy? Yeah.
She's about 1 year old now, I think. And Mia, I think 8 years old? No, she's older than that. She has to be like 9 years old, I think. Because I think we got her in the last year of high school for me. And I went to college for 3 years. And then it's been about 5 years since college, I think. Somewhere around that timeline. I graduated near the end of 2019. I need to add an emote for Marjorie, because we have Annabelle and Mia on Twitch. We don't have Marjorie at the moment. It's because when I started streaming, it was Annabelle and Marjorie. Or, not Annabelle and Marjorie, Annabelle and Mia. Oh my god. Sorry, that one took half a second to process. I feel so bad. I made a mistake naming Marjorie with a name that also started with M, because to this day, I still will accidentally call Mia Marjorie and Marjorie and Mia. When, like, I have the correct cat in my brain, but a screw got loose and it mixed up which name was associated with which cat. Oh, it happens all the time. I'm so glad that they know what their names are. Marjorie knows that she's Marjorie. And Mia knows that she's Mia, thank God. At least somebody in this household has a brain cell.
Isn't that right? You use your brain cell for scheming, don't you?
You're sad because I just emptied the trash can so you can't steal anything out of it.
Isn't that right, Bibbly? No more pizza or plastic.
You're waiting for me to order pizza again so you can try to steal it off my plate, aren't you? She's very interested in pepperoni pizza. And she's not allowed to have it. It upsets her stomach. Yeah. Were you falling asleep, baby? You can go to sleep. I'm not gonna bother you. You're being polite. You look very sleepy, baby. Oh. Maybe I can set up the camera to face her. Excuse me, I'm just moving this. You don't worry your pretty little face. Oh, no, don't turn like that, please. Oh, thank you. I'd have to move this. Oh, you're fine. You're fine, baby. I'm just moving this. You're moving this. Yeah, moving this. Yeah. Is that neat? To like properly tighten this. There we go. Then turn it like this. Like so. Yeah, what's this? What's this silly little thing? Okay, I think that's in the correct position. Just about. Good enough for me. Oh, what's that noise? Was that a weird noise, baby? Yeah, this is a wire. You're a little wire chewer, I know. I found the teeth marks, darling. I was not pleased. Oh, naughty bite. Let me activate this button again, and it should show up alright. I have to do the thing. Don't mind the accidental pictures of my thumb. There we go. Look at you. Look at my terribly messy room. This is my darling baby. How do I rotate this? There we go. We'll put you in this corner. Try to cover up my messy room as much as possible. Yeah, right, baby. Such a good girl. Yeah, you're doing good. Good job. Good girl. Oh. Oh no, there's a cool guy outside trying to do cool guy things. Yes. Do not let her size confuse or befuddle you. She is a kitten. This is just how Maine Coons are. Yeah. No kisses? Yeah, good girl. Oh, are you done? Girl, I just set up the cat camp. No, come back. Come back. She's like sitting there like, oh, maybe I'll come back. I'm thinking about it. Come here, baby. Meow. Yeah. You're gonna pretend to be all coy. You're so silly. I do have just this perpetual void with eyes staring at me out of the corner of my eye at all times. Oh, there she is. See? The moment I look away, of course. Oh, that's... Good job, baby. Good job. 10 out of 10.
Come here, you're fine. What'd you knock over? Oh, brrr. No, ma'am. Don't scratch that. So silly. Are you gonna come back? Yeah. No, you're gonna sit there? Okay. You're gonna be silly. I just think she doesn't know what to do with herself sometimes. What do you think about that, baby? Am I right? Yeah. Good girl. Good job. You're so yawny. Are you really sleepy? Yeah. Bye. She ran off. Maybe Mia will come over. Probably not. Mia looked very cozy earlier. I'll leave the cat cam up just in case. Now that I've got it working. I'll try to find the charger I was looking for earlier too, so I can make sure both things get charged. But I'm probably gonna end stream soon. We're hitting the 4-hour mark. And that's usually a good time to chill out and go to bed. Get some good rest. Get a raid in. I think I have figured out how to do the double raid without hurting my brain cells too much. We're gonna raid on the Twitch side first, and then we're gonna raid on the YouTube side after I've said hello to the person. And I'm gonna just be like, I gotta go to bed. it's sleep time. If I'm in your chat after this message, I've lied to everyone, including myself. I've tried doing the double raid at the same time, and then I'm like trying to listen to two separate people and have conversations with them at the same time, and I can't do it. It's utilizing my inability to drown out conversations in a very useful way, but it's also the worst sense of sensory overload. I don't want to keep doing that to myself. I don't know if this is a thing for most people. I cannot tune out conversations. It has to be such a significant amount of noise that all of it like conglomerates into one large noise for me to be able to not understand individual conversations. But if there's 3 different conversations happening around me in various places of the same room, or like close enough where I can hear it all in the same room, I will hear all 3 of those conversations, and there's no way for me to tell my brain, hey, can you stop eavesdropping on these other conversations? I don't want to listen to them. That's not my business. My brain just goes, no. That's important. We're gonna listen to that too. And I'm like, no, I don't want to. Stop. Please. My boss at work, and I feel so bad because I don't know how to put that into words for her. Because I don't think that explanation would be enough for her. She keeps trying to get me to go to like events where like they have like the entire IT section that we're like related to, all in the same room doing some sort of event. And this is at least 50 to 100 people all in the same room, all talking very excitedly about the fact that we don't have to do work for the next hour or 2. And it's very loud, and it's very overwhelming. And I've tried to explain to her that it's very overwhelming. And she's like, but you gotta network, you gotta talk to people. I'm like, I can do that when it's small groups, but not when it's like this. That's too many people. That's 50 too many people. one-on-one conversations, I can handle those. Up to groups of like 10 people maybe. I'll struggle at 10 people, but like I can still give it a good try. But that's just that's too much noise. That hurts my brain cells. I do think it's funny, at one point, it wasn't our group. It was a different group in the IT department that had joined our group on the same floor to participate in like games and stuff. And I guess this particular group is just really excitable. Because we've never gotten a noise complaint when we're hosting games and stuff. But the moment that they joined us, the people working on the floor below us came up and had to ask them to be quieter because they were disturbing other people. Which I think is really, really funny. Like, it wasn't us that was the problem. It was the fact that these other people were just so excited to be there. That was the problem. I do like when they do like off-site events, because usually it means everyone breaks off into smaller groups and it's just like, okay, I can handle this. We're all in small groups. Small groups is good. I can deal with that. Just not large groups. No large groups for me. It's one thing when I'm like prepared to be in a large group and it's something I'm excited about. Cause like I can go to cons and stuff and I'll be fine. But 9 times out of 10 when I'm at a con, I'm paying attention to the artist alley and like maybe 2 groups, like two like what are they called? Panels. Like the 2 panels I want to go to. Oh my god, speaking of, I have one coming up in June that I'm excited to go to. It's not an anime convention. So I sincerely doubt I'll meet anyone there that I already know. But I'm hoping to make some new friends. I need to like buff up my social skills and be excited to actually talk to people, because I wanna meet people in that community. I wanna try my best. It is nice though, because it is close enough to me that I don't have to get a hotel for the weekend or a cat sitter or anything. I'm pretty sure I can like take a bus over or something both days. Although I'm probably gonna double check everything and see if I want to do all that stuff anyways, just to make it simpler on my brain. Sometimes it's worth it just to have peace of mind and not have to think about the logistics of going back and forth. But I'm pretty sure it's close enough I could literally just Uber over both days. Hence why I'm also not saying the name or what the con is. I am not going to dox myself on stream, thank you very much. If I end up going to the other con I know about in Texas, though, I will say so if anyone happens to be in the area. I am always down to meet people. It's fun. From the folks from last week, I stayed at Moose's house for that con. It was so fun. I got to meet a bunch of people in real life. It was a lot of fun. And then one of the people that I wanted to have on stream, but unfortunately was busy that weekend, I got to meet them when I went to California for a con as well. And I made some friends there. It was fun. I was just there to chill, though. I think all of them were tabling. Me sitting in the corner with 50 plushies I got that day. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. I have a kind of pseudo... What's the word? Not right. Tradition. I have a tradition of getting a plushie at every con I go to. At least I tried to get one. I don't always get one, unfortunately. The first one I got... Is his name Con? The little lion plush from Bleach. And the next one I got Tim Campy from The Gray Man. And I don't remember what I got at the third one. But at the most recent one I went to, which was the one in Cali, I got the whale from Genshin. Hi! Welcome back! Do you feel tall now? She turned away from me like, how dare you insinuate that I don't feel tall every day of my life. Okay, I think this is a good stopping point for now. I'm gonna keep working on this tomorrow, probably. Maybe before stream. But it's 11 p.m. here, and I should get some rest, because rest is good for me. And it's good for you, too. So if you're not resting, how dare you? Let's get some raids set up, though. I'm gonna look on the Twitch side. I don't know if anyone's live on the YouTube side, but I will check. Let us see. No, Antares stopped an hour ago. Gosh, dang it. We could have raided into the little witch in the woods, and that would have been really cute. It's a fat. Let's see. Noodle's still alive. We're raiding into Noodle. Of course we have to raid into Noodle. We have to support our moderators here. But yes, on the Twitch side, if you want to grab the raid message real quick, I will raid in like the next 5 seconds. Yeah, I do need a YouTube raid, but I've learned my lesson. We're gonna raid on Twitch first, then YouTube. But yes, let's go over to Noodle on that side. Say hello. Oh, I thought I followed this person last time. I guess I didn't.
We can absolutely raid them again. I guess I just forgot. Oh, I have to do the weird thing on here, don't I? Redirect, search videos. There we go. Alright, I will catch you guys tomorrow.